London, one of the world's greatest cities, welcomes some of the world's toughest athletes. Superhuman is standard in T100. Another day in the Hurt Arena for a stellar cast, led out by the sensational Annie Howe.
Challenge Roth, she was faultless in that race.
Well, this is one of the greatest runners we've ever seen in the sport.
30 seconds made up in the first K by Ash Gentle.
Lucy Charles-Barclay, she does not mess around at the start.
She's going to be able to tell that she's bridging that gap to Lucy Charles-Barclay. Her first ever T100 World Tour Series victory.
What does this woman have to do to get first place at one of these races? Second again.
Annie Howe, Ash Gentle and Lucy Charles-Barclay, just three of the headliners in a field of challengers and champions. But the big question in London, has the time come for LCB to move from challenger to champion herself?
Welcome to the fourth race of the T100 World Tour. I'm joined by the one, the only, Jan Frodeno. Welcome to sunny-ish London.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. What a day it is. Indeed, you know, we've had a bit of rain the last few days, but it is a magic day here in London for this spectacular event.
Jan, I'm excited by this women's race. It's probably as deep a field as we've had this year.
Indeed it is. I mean, it's crazy the kind of depth of field the T100 series is providing on a regular basis. But here again, you know, it is home of the great British athletes, and they are arguably the strongest depth of nature. And, you know, I'm looking forward to this race having a lot more different facets than we've seen previously.
I think a big talking point and one of the main storylines of today's race is the absence of Taylor Knibb. We saw what she did last time around in San Francisco. It was crazy, dominant. Do you think that gives an opportunity to the rest of the field and maybe some anticipation and excitement for a lot of the field?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to look at the season progressing as well. You know, athletes build and build throughout, as the series has been. You know, we're now in the thick of it, and we see athletes like Lucy Charles-Barclay, you know, who is generally building throughout a season. But I think, of course, Taylor Knibb not being here will definitely guarantee suspense for us viewers and fans.
And a strong field of locals. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. I've talked about Lucy Charles-Barclay, who is actually from London. And historically, the British athletes, you know, we've seen moments in Miami, for instance, where the top 5 ladies were from Great Britain. And they are here with a home crowd support. I've personally experienced that in the London 2012 Olympics. And let me tell you, the home crowd support here is a force to be reckoned with.
It's been a crazy 3 races so far. We hope for another big one today. Here's the T100 World Tour story so far.
Miami and a new era of triathlon. Very first T100 about to take to the water.
Lucy Charles-Barclay, she does not mess around at the start.
Absolutely ruthless as we see the field getting decimated.
We've literally never seen anything like this in triathlon.
And she has just stunned the world. India Lee wins.
And if Miami was the warm-up, this weekend these athletes step into an Asian furnace that can burn very hot.
She cannot wait to get on land and try and make up the deficit. We are in for a show.
Is there going to be one?
The first ever T100 World Tour Series victory.
The T100 has landed in San Francisco. We have all the ingredients for a truly iconic race.
How is she so much better on a bike than everyone else around her?
Another long shot of Taylor Knibb, and
No one else.
And she has completely dominated from start to finish today. Taylor Knibb, our T100 San Francisco champion. It feels like after 3 races, the T100 series standings are really starting to take place. Lucy Charles-Barclay atop the standings. She's had 2 second-place finishes. I know this race on home soil means a lot to her, and I know she wants to finally get a win. Ashley Gentle, she's been dubbed the queen of the T100 series. She came off her worst ever performance at the T100 series last week at San Francisco, and I just wonder, will it be excitement or nervousness for her here today? India Lee, the Miami champion, again on home soil. Paula Findlay, consistent as ever. Taylor Knibb, the not-so-sleeping giant, coming off San Francisco with probably the performance of the year. I think a big name to watch is 10th position, Kat Matthews. It seems like she's a little bit lower down on the rankings, but clearly one of the favourites today. And then 11th to 20th, Imogen Simmons, on her day, the best cyclist in the sport. Els Visser, consistent. Laura Phillip, even more consistent across swim, bike, run. Holly Lawrence, she's pregnant, not joining us, but a great race in Miami. Emma Pallant-Brown, potentially the best runner in the field today. And Daniela Reif, we know she's injured, but can she make a late season charge? Jan, someone I'm really excited to watch in today's race is Annie Haug. You obviously had the same coach as Annie Haug. Tell me about what version of her you think we're going to get today.
Well, it's of course quite tricky. She's just come off an amazing performance at Challenge Roth, where she has dominated the field. She's done extremely well in the series. You know, she's never been off the podium. I think maybe a 4th place in there. And we're seeing these images here where she topped off a world's fastest ever time with a 2:38 marathon. It is unbelievable what kind of form she's showing. And this will fit her training scheme exactly, because what we normally do is we have a hard, short, intense block where we really test heart and lungs to get back on fire. We increase the engine, as we like to say. And this kind of race is, you know, the epitome of that.
I think everyone expects Annie Haug to be there when the guns are firing on the run. Someone else, Ash Gentle, who could be there to battle her. Do you see potential for those two to be head-to-head at some point today?
I mean, the course really lends itself to a run battle, doesn't it? And I mean, the whole narrative we're going to see, we've got some strong swimmers up the front, but between Anne Haug and Ash Gentle, they will be pushing each other as well. Both of them fantastic runners. And the beauty of it is that it's wide open. You know, we haven't seen a repeat winner yet. Let's see what happens today.
And I guess the one woman who wants to put a pin in all those plans is Lucy Charles-Barclay, the home favourite. She probably doesn't see herself as being the favourite if it comes down to a run battle. Is she going to try and spoil those plans for Anne Haug and Ash Gentle?
As she always does. I mean, that is literally what she does. She's going to have some help in the swim, I think, today, in the form of Sophie Colville, who's going to come out and maybe even help her on the bike a little bit. It is a somewhat technical course on the bike, so we could see the two of them working together well. But I mean, she loves to build that kind of gap. Along with her coach, Dan Lorang, she's worked on her cycling strength over the years. And again, she's somebody that classically progresses into the season. She builds, and we've seen amazing runs from her. You know, this time around, she's been bridesmaid, you know, at the previous T100s races. But let's not forget, she does have a world-class run performance that could also just stick it to these ladies.
Singapore, her and Ash Gentle went to head-to-head, and Ash had a 5.5-minute deficit to catch up, and she got it with 5 kilometres to go. Do you think Lucy Charles-Barclay would have lost any confidence from that?
You know, I think there are few people in the world more resilient than Lucy Charles-Barclay. You know, she's been runner-up in Kona, namely 5 times, and kept insisting and kept trying and kept pursuing her dream of winning that crown once. I think Lucy definitely is somebody who would get fired up by this kind of performance. She knows where she's at in terms of her performance and her fitness, and you know, she knows the season is long. A lot is expected of her, and she will thrive in front of a home crowd for sure.
And if the situation does arise where Lucy Charles-Barclay finds herself off the front of the race into T2, just how big a gap does she need over Ash Gentle and potentially Anne Haug?
Again, as the season progresses, you know, I think Lucy Charles-Barclay is somebody who comes into form. Ash Gentle is going to have a bit of fire in her belly after San Francisco. You know, it's the first misstep she's really had. So the beauty of it is we're going to find out within the next 4 hours, and I'm looking forward to calling the shots as they fly.
We're going to be joined by Vicky Holland as well today in commentary, Jan, and she joins us dockside right now.
That's right, I am down here dockside right beside the London XL building, one of the largest convention centres in the world and the home of the London Triathlon over the past couple of decades. Notorious as being one of the biggest mass participation triathlons in the world, today we host 20 of the planet's best female triathletes. Now, to some of the nuances of today's course, over my right-hand shoulder here is the swim course. It's around 20 degrees Celsius in there. That is 68 degrees Fahrenheit for those of us watching in America. And that means that it will be a wetsuit swim. Out onto the bike course, it's a relatively straight out and back type course, but there are U-turns at either end, and they have multiple laps to do and speed bumps that they're going to have to kill their speed over. Out onto the run course, I actually ran the run course this morning. It's very still, it's very warm here today, around 23 degrees, but it feels hotter out on the tarmac. Again, that is about 73 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a warm day, and the athletes are going to have to take care of their hydration and their mental fortitude to run in these long straight lines to give out a really good result. And with all that, the atmosphere down here is definitely building. Lots of fans lining the course, excited to see these athletes. And I'm going to pass to Jan Frodeno for the course map.
T100 London, the iconic race, starts off with a 2-lap swim course, Aussie exit into the Excel Centre. A transition to take us for the 8-lap bike course, where we have 2 out and back sections, and athletes will be seeing each other on the roundabouts as we go indoor once again for the second transition and a 6-lap run course. This is where the athletes see each other all the time.
Welcome to the T100. This season, 20 of the world's best men's and women's professional triathletes will battle it out over the notorious 100-kilometre distance, consisting of 2-kilometre swim, 80-kilometre bike and 18-kilometre run, the ultimate test of speed and endurance. Taking place across 8 iconic locations around the globe, the season culminates with the T100 World Championship Finals in November. Every finishing position earns points, from 1 point for 20th to 35 points for first place. The T100 World Championship Finals will offer even more points to keep every athlete fighting until the end of the season. The total of each athlete's 3 best point-scoring performances over the season, plus the final, will count towards their points total. The athlete with the highest points total at the end of the season will be crowned T100 World Champion. With a prize purse of $7 million on the line, it means that each race and every point scored will make a difference.
And it is almost go time. We've seen the ladies warm up as they now choose their positions. Well, they've actually chosen them, right? And they are lining up pretty much according to their numbers. There are 20 slots for 20 ladies, actually 21. And we are about to witness what I think will be a very, very quick start to this swim. Last filling of
wearing number 17, fresh off a recent victory in Roth, the 2023 European Open winner from Germany, Anne Haug. Wearing number 8, she claimed a silver medal at the last T100 Tour race in San Francisco from Great Britain, Kat Matthews. Wearing number 3, she had an incredible start to the Pro Tour by topping the podium in Miami from Great Britain, India, Lee.
Chloe, drop back, Chloe!
Wearing number 2, she proved too much for the rest of the field in Singapore T100 from Australia, Ashley Gentle.
Chloe, you're in shot!
And wearing bib number 1, the reigning queen of Kona. She is sitting at the top of the T100 leaderboard from Great Britain, Lucy Charles-Barclay. much as they work for positioning to get to the back.
And we are racing. 100 kilometres to go in the T100 London, 4th stop of the T100 World Tour this year. As we can see, and as expected, Lucy Charles-Barclay, front and centre of screen, in the pink cap, taking things off hard. Ashley Gentle picked a pontoon position right next to Lucy Charles-Barclay, I believe in the hopes of trying to get on her feet. And as you can see in the orange cap there behind Lucy Charles, she has already lost her feet.
That train has left the station and no one got a ticket other than Sophie Caldwell. By the looks of this perspective, she's in the green cap on the right of your screen, and she looks to be the only one taking it out as aggressively. She's got someone on her feet. We can't exactly tell the color of that cap, but it's a group of 3 within, what are we in, 30 seconds of the race, making sure there is no doubt of intention, as for the first few meters we can see some great crowds making great noise for these ladies.
So it was a wetsuit optional swim, which obviously means that everyone has chosen to wear a wetsuit, as you can see. Probably makes things a little bit easier for the weaker swimmers, which is quite an interesting thing to watch, because Lucy Charles-Barclay, she needs a big gap into T2 today, I believe, and having some company in the form of Sophie Caldwell, and I believe that probably is Lisa Miller behind them, although it's very hard to tell at this stage, is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I agree that the wetsuit debate is kind of endless, you know, and as technology has evolved, athletes, even the good swimmers, no longer mind swimming with a wetsuit because the materials are just that much more flexible and you know, comfortable to swim in. But we generally would have preferred, as good swimmers, to swim without a wetsuit because, as you mentioned, it's a little bit harder for the not so good swimmers to keep up, and the gaps just become a little bit smaller. But we see Lucy here breathing to the right, so this is normally what people start doing. You can see Sophie breathing to the left on the other hand, and this is just a simple preference, right? For me personally, it was always breathing to the right. Everybody has their favorite side, and everybody tends to breathe at least in open water every second stroke. And yeah, we are seeing a fierce pace being set, as already it looks like the third athlete, who we couldn't quite identify, has popped off the back.
We talked about it a little bit in the pre-show then, Jan. Just how much time does Lucy Charles-Barclay need into T2? Obviously coming off Singapore, where she had 5 minutes over Ash Gentle, and it proved that she needed about 7.5 minutes if she was going to be there for the fight. Is this a sign of intent early? Do you think that, in your opinion, do you think that she needs to do this and push the pace? And if Sophie Caldwell is with her, that's great, but really it's on Lucy Charles-Barclay to go and do the work and make sure she has the lead required?
Well, I think they're sort of in the same boat, right? I mean, both these athletes would like to see a gap over the simply phenomenal runners that we've got in the field with Anne Haug, and obviously Ashley Gentle could probably put a few more in that kind of category. But, I mean, that is definitely the strategy Lucy Charles has at every single race. And that's probably one of her weaknesses, that she only has that as her joker card, right? She can't really play a safe card and surprise these athletes by, you know, playing it out and just waiting to see what the others are doing. She always goes out, and she has no fear in her heart. I'm pretty certain of that.
And so, speaking to a lot of the athletes after their time at swim prep yesterday in the afternoon, they noted that there was quite a strong current in the river. So on the way out, which we've just seen them get to the turnaround buoy, it's quite a strong head current, so it's slower on the way out, and then on the way down, which is the long straight section that they're on now, it's actually a bit of a current behind you, so they do swim quite a lot faster. Do you know if that suits the stronger or weaker swimmers, Jana? Do the stronger swimmers prefer to have the current behind them or in front of them?
So in general, I would say the trickier the conditions are, the better it is for the good swimmers, because they have a stroke and they can maintain that stroke despite any outside influence, right? So if there's a strong current, if there's a bit of chop, today we can see there's not much wind, but they might be swimming with a tail current, but they're swimming into an ever so slight headwind. So every little wave makes a difference so that these athletes can get the full length of their stroke. We see Lucy who really reaches out long under the water and makes sure she gets the full length of her stroke. And that's the sign of a strong swimmer, whereas a weaker swimmer could be distracted by conditions, you know, getting it into her head that they're moving slow. The great advantage is that on both sides, you've got buildings, you've got landmarks that you can reference off, and that you don't have to do as much sighting as you would in a normal kind of open water swim. And that also helps the good athletes, the good swimmers, to really focus on speed only.
And we've seen Sophie Caldwell get nicely onto Lucy Charles-Barclay's feet here. I'm joined by Vicky Holland in commentary, who's spent a lot of time racing alongside Sophie Caldwell in their short course pursuit of the Olympic dream. And Vicky, Sophie didn't get selected for the Olympics, so we find her here at T100 London. Do you think she has a point to prove?
Yes, but I also think that for her the most important thing right now is to enjoy what she's doing, and she said that herself. It might be a little bit cliche to say that, but she's come off a very, very tough selection process that she found herself on the wrong side of, and British Triathlon were in a, some may say, enviable position of having multiple athletes that they could have chosen into that Olympic team who were all medal contenders, and Sophie is now the only female athlete to have won a World Series short course race this Olympic cycle to not be on the start line in Paris. So you can look at that and say she's incredibly unlucky with the way the selections have fallen for her, and it's sort of left her in this position of, well, what on earth do I do now? All her eggs had been in one basket. She'd been preparing for that race for years, and unfortunately the selection didn't go in her way. So now here she is at the T100, and I think she's just gonna enjoy the process and put herself out there, race the race that's in front of her, as she said to us earlier today, and I think she's just going to try and enjoy something new today.
And Jan, it does look like Lucy Charles-Barclay has created some huge gaps here. We can see that athlete who was in third. I'm assuming it's probably Hayley Chura. It looks like Lisa Norden, but I think it's probably Hayley Chura. And then a big gap to a chasing group that hasn't really broken up at all. How do you see these early gaps and the early part of the swim playing out?
That's amazing. We've just had a statistic that the last athlete was already 45 seconds at the first buoy behind. And I mean, that was maybe 250 meters or something like that. So the pace is definitely on. That's only going to extrapolate throughout the rest of the swim. And I really see the girls, setting that intent early and then hopefully being able to continue. You know, Sophie is absolutely new to this distance. I believe she's only had her first aero bike set up within less than a month of preparing. But I think Vicky described it really, really well. What happens when you go through that kind of adversity and when you go through that kind of a school of hard knocks, as you will. I do believe Team GB, especially on the female side, is probably the toughest in the world to make. You've got years and years of hard training and hard racing within your body. And, you know, it's exciting. She's a youngster and coming up to really show the experienced T100 athletes where potentially, you know, she could disrupt the standings.
Well, she has nothing to lose. You know, this isn't her distance. As you correctly said, Jan, she's only been on a time trial bike for a matter of a few weeks. And while she is known as being a strong cyclist in short course racing, we all know that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get onto a time trial bike and immediately be one of the world's best cyclists in middle and long distance triathlon as well. So she is coming in with very tapered, metered expectations. She's not coming here thinking I'm going to blow everyone out of the water because I'm a fast short course athlete. She's just going to have a go.
Lucy Charles-Barclay, a hot start here. She's gapped every one of the big favourites, and we're going to hear from her right now.
Yeah, I guess the T100 season so far, we had, well, myself, I had a solid start in Miami. I was super happy with second. I'd raced in Singapore last year and not had the race really that I wanted, so I went there really wanting to do better and came away with second. So it was, I think I was fifth the year before, so it felt like a big improvement, but I still am hungry to get that win. Decided to sit out the San Francisco race to kind of conserve my energy, get myself ready for the home race in London, and I think for me, outside of the grand final, that's like my next biggest goal. So yeah, just all the work is going into that one. There's a lot of athletes that want to make it hard for me in the London T100. I mean, I feel like, yes, there's a lot of Brits doing it, but I live the closest to the race, so it feels really like my home race. And if anyone can take the opportunity away from me winning, they're going to try their hardest.
We can hear in Lucy's voice there, Jan, just how important this home race is, I believe. And she has established a big group to that, a big gap to that chasing group behind. You can see here on the camera there clearly, almost probably 45 seconds to a minute back, and led by Imogen Simmons and India Lee.
And let's not forget, Imogen Simmons came out the water in San Francisco, riding the current, reading it better than anyone else, just speaking of the current earlier. But we're not too far away from the Aussie exit, and I think we'll get a good view and some exact splits just then.
Well, that's Ash Gentle there leading with Imogen Simmons and India Lee behind. You can also see that Kat Matthews is in there, so Chelsea Sodaro there as well. So that is a group of pretty much all the other big hitters. Anne Haag is in there as well. She's, if you look at that chase group, if you look at Ash Gentle in the orange cap in front, not the purple cap right behind her, who is India Lee, the next one about 5 athletes back, that is Anne Haag. I mean, for the pace that Lucy Charles-Barclay is sitting, that's not a huge gap there for Annie Haag, and Ash Gentle being the one to lead that chase group in front of Imogen Simmons and India Lee is pretty impressive.
It is, but let's remember this kind of camera perspective also doesn't give you the full view, and we're only halfway through the swim. You know, the gap is still about to happen. But you know, Lucy Charles-Barclay has definitely stated her intent. She's got a special bike, I think, with the London subway painted on it. She's got T-shirts made. This race means a lot to her, and there's not going to be any missing effort.
This Aussie exit, as opposed to others, you don't quite get the view of other athletes. When you get onto the pontoon, you can get a quick look right, like you just saw Sophie Coldwell took a good look. You don't really get to tell who's where and how far ahead of you are. It's quite difficult, but they definitely still would have seen that they had a decent gap there.
Well done, Haley.
Yes, our third athlete was Haley Chur, as we speculated, and I just noticed on the dive in there that Sophie and Lucy, I think they swapped positions. I think Lucy looked over a little bit at Sophie and sort of said, hey, come on, you take the lead for a bit now, and I think when we just saw them a minute ago, it was Sophie who was starting the second lap in the lead.
Well, you know, Vicky, I think also there's a thing here, this kind of Aussie exit is very much suited to Olympic distance athletes. You are more used to going the high pace, the high intensity, and everybody's walking out a little carefully here. You know, Lucy was adjusting her goggles, whereas Sophie, she's used to this, you know, changing pace, as we see Anne Haug making her way out of the water, and she'll definitely be looking to minimize the gap.
Yeah, this really is one big pack, really. We've got the two leaders in Sophie and Lucy, of course, and we've got Haley Chur as a solo athlete, and then all the rest of these girls are kind of in one long line. They're all really, there's nothing much to split the rest of the field at this point.
Some interesting things I saw there, there was a tiny little gap in front of Kat Matthews. So you see Kat Matthews there in the yellow cap. She did let that gap of 5 metres just start to appear, but you can see she's quickly trying to close it to sort of Chelsea Sodaro in front and Annie Haug there at the back of the group. But the Ash Gentle-led group with Imogen Simmons and India Lee do look like they're trying to push on and put a bit of a split into this group. So you can see Ash Gentle here leading this chase group with Imogen Simmons on her tail and India Lee behind her. There's a tiny little split. The feet just aren't quite there. And I mean, on this second lap, if that gap doesn't get closed quickly, you will see it start to just expand very quickly, which we kind of are seeing in front of our eyes happen right now. And this is a dangerous group of 3. And I mean, I don't know how many people would have expected Ash Gentle to be the one pushing the pace with Imogen Simmons and India Lee, like maybe on their feet, but not the one driving the pace. This is, I mean, I guess it shows the intent from Ash Gentle coming off her bad result in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, Ash has often not had the greatest swim performances, I think she would probably say herself, but she's not a bad swimmer. I think she really struggles in the races where there are a lot of athletes and you're sort of in the melee a little bit, getting beaten up, as sometimes happens in the open water. But when she's got a little bit more clear water, she actually swims really quite well, and she's taking that chance right now on her own.
You can see Anne Reichman there exiting the Aussie exit for the first time, quite a long way behind the rest of the field, and really the only athlete who hasn't managed to make the big group. The big chase group obviously is splintering, but we know Anne Reichman's bike's good, but it's not a good start to the race for her, and she's coming off Challenge Roth just like Annie Haug was, and quite a different start to both of those women's races.
Yeah, back at the front of the race, that is Sophie Caldwell in the green hat leading Lucy Charles-Barclay, and it's not very often that we see Lucy Charles-Barclay not leading the race.
Would you have expected to see this, Jan? Sophie Caldwell leading the swim kind of at this point in, pretty much 3/4 of the way into the swim, or would you have expected Lucy Charles-Barclay to take authority and lead the whole swim?
No, I would have definitely hoped to see these two working together, and it's fantastic because I think, we see this and we see this kind of wholehearted racing from Lucy at every single race that she does, and it's really nice to see other athletes seeing, okay, this could also be my ticket to the very front line. This could be a ticket to a podium, and if we work together rather than just benefit off Lucy's feet, then this could really turn into something great. And still, I don't think that Lucy's holding back. I don't think she's tactically sitting there to save energy. I think Sophie's simply setting a very, very hot pace.
Well, that stat on the side there, we've got our time gaps. You can see that it's 53 seconds between these lead two and Ashley Gentle, who is leading those three athletes that we mentioned before. So that's a big gap to have at this point in the race. We don't often see it blow out that early, that early, and it shows a real statement of intent from these two girls who are clearly working together, as we've just said there, that Lucy Charles-Barclay has now taken over the lead again from Sophie Caldwell, so they are really working together in the water. You don't often see it really that people swap lead quite as often as this in the water portion of the triathlon, but I think it's a really good, statement of intent that they're going to share the lead and they're going to do their fair share.
And as to be expected on the second lap, those small gaps are definitely blowing out between athletes. What we can see from the balcony here, as you mentioned earlier, Jack, there's a few athletes who are just a meter too far off somebody's feet. That meter turns into 5, and next thing you know, there's a real gap there. And, fast forwarding onto the bike course later on, those kind of gaps where athletes see each other at the turnaround every single time are what's going to make these athletes definitely race their heart out, because it's so much easier when you have a reference point that you're trying to chase.
This gap has definitely blown out over the second lap of the swim. You can see Hayley Chura there in potentially no man's land in third, maybe not quite swimming fast enough at the first 50, 100 metres to make this front two, but swimming too fast to be with the group behind her. She looked like she was almost a minute back to this leading two of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell, and yeah, you can see that gap to the chasers behind with Hayley Chura is probably another minute as well. So looking more like this gap to the chase group of three with Ash Gentle, Imogen Simmons and India Lee has really blown out to 2 minutes, but they have split to that group behind with Kat Matthews and Annie Haug and Chelsea Sodaro in it, and the other big bike runners of the field. Jan, you've made the transition from short course to long course. You did win the PTO US Open. You also won an Olympic gold medal. Does the current format of PTO and T100 racing more resemble traditional middle course racing or Olympic distance racing?
The beauty of the T100 is that it provides a mix we haven't seen. It is a little bit shorter than the classic middle distance racing we see, which kind of most athletes like to use. But what it really does is it allows the short course athletes to prepare in certain phases and absolutely dive into this kind of format, because it's 80 kilometers of time trialing. It's double the distance of what an Olympic athlete is used to, but you know, it's not that long. It's something that all these athletes would be used to in training, and that's why, to me, this is the pinnacle of triathlon racing, because the best athletes from all distances can get together over the T100 distance.
We're here at East London, these cable cars overlooking the iconic O2 Arena, one of the probably biggest sporting arenas in the UK and Europe, home to fights, boxing fights, concerts, all of it. And as you can see here in the River Thames, directly below it, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell out in front completely by themselves. No one in sight now on this extended camera image.
Yeah, it's just a question of how big that gap is going to be now when they get into transition, and we wouldn't be surprised to see it be around that 2-minute mark, given it obviously blows out more once athletes start to lose feet, and we've seen that group behind has blown from being a pretty continuous string of 10+ athletes, more than that really, into just being the 3, and then the athletes behind. I saw them out the window here, as we can just see into Victoria Dock. We can see that whole string of athletes is just blowing apart, and that really is a testament to the absolute ferocious pace that Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell are putting down at the front here, and they're going to have quite a gap. That panned out shot there, you can see back to Hayley Chura in 3rd, and we still can't quite see the next 3, so this is now a massive gap, and our time splits show that it's still around 53 seconds, but I think that's going to update. That's going to update as we hit transition.
Yeah, these times are consistent with the first exit that we've had. Our 2 leaders, they're about to turn onto this buoy and then head back for the final exit into the transition 1, which is here in the XL Center, which is actually indoors. That's something we haven't seen.
Yeah, it's a really unique situation we have here at London XL. So this triathlon's been around for a couple of decades now, and it's always been the same way. You exit at the dockside, and then you have to go into the XL building, up some stairs, run into the main XL arena, do your transition, take your bike out of the XL arena, down a ramp and out onto the road. So it's definitely a slight nuance to this course, having the indoor transition area and also the indoor finish. So we will see them coming down the finish chute indoors in the XL Centre later today.
Looks spectacular, doesn't it?
It's a really fan-friendly area to have people in there. There's lots going on. There's lots of stands and stools set up, and there's deck chairs, a viewing screen. There's a lot going on in the XL Centre. So yeah, it does bring quite a nice atmosphere to the race.
So this race has been around for 1997, I think, was the first ever edition. You've raced here, right, Vicky?
Not 25 years ago, but I have raced here a few times. Yeah, I was trying to remember earlier today how many times I've done this race, and I actually can't remember, but I qualified. It was probably my 3rd ever triathlon I did here as a junior, and that qualified me for World Juniors back in, I think that was 2005. So yeah, it was still, nearly 20 years ago, but I have raced here a few times.
Something I'm noticing in Lucy Charles' swimming stroke is that she hasn't let her foot off the pedal once. She seems to be swimming with high intent the whole way through this swim, and when her and Sophie Caldwell made that final switch in lead, I didn't feel like it was a Sophie Caldwell slowing down. I sort of felt like it was Lucy Charles-Barclay trying to keep the pace high and push it on. To me, that says that she's in the mindset of needing to create a big gap and racing with intent and intensity the whole day to try and get a big gap. My mind goes straight back to Singapore, Jan, where she had that 5 minutes and it wasn't enough. I've got no doubt her and her team have decided, and you might be able to speak on this more, having the same coach as her in down the rank, that she needs a big gap into T2. And I don't know whether it's a lack of confidence in her run, or just it shows the confidence she has in her swim-bike combo.
Well, as we spoke about earlier, she doesn't have that many options at this stage. We don't know how much her run has progressed. She did have some struggles earlier on in the season with a calf issue that she picked up at the World Championships last year. So again, she'll be building, and we know she's capable of very, very good running skills. As they hit the swim exit right now, ladies and gentlemen, start your stopwatches. Let's see what this gap is as our 2 leaders head inside for transition 1. and out onto the 8-lap bike course.
I mean, look at all the fans there. It's great to see so many people come out to support them, and to have 2 British athletes come out first and second out of the swim. That's just what the home fans are going to want to see, really, isn't it?
Some stairs in there for good measure. What do you guys think? Are we going to see another scenario of having top 5 British athletes as we saw in Miami?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
We aim to please, we aim to impress on home soil, so I know they'll all be gunning for it, and pretty much every single one of them has spoken about how they've got so many friends and family here supporting them, and they're just excited to race rather than nervous to race. So hopefully that plays out for them.
It's already been almost a minute and no sign of the chasers coming into T1. Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell, I guess they have to form a partnership here, Vicky. I don't think this can be a situation where Lucy wants to ride off the front or Sophie wants to ride off the front. I think we need to see an alliance formed here for either one of these ladies to have their best race today.
Well, Lucy doesn't often get this, right? She doesn't often come out of the water with someone right there, and someone who she knows is a strong cyclist.
That's the big point.
Sophie Caldwell as well. And, you know, she probably knows that over this distance, Sophie doesn't have the experience to maybe win the race on the day, so she can kind of use Sophie as someone to work with, especially in the early part of this bike course. And for Sophie's part, she has literally nothing to lose by just attacking the first part of this bike.
I know it's been a nail-biter of a season. May I just remind you, we had this exact same scenario in Miami with India Lee. She came out. We probably would have thought the same thing. You know, she's not that experienced of an athlete. And she, you know, they rode together, they worked together, and ended up winning.
It was Lucy Buckingham who came out of the water in Miami.
Of course, yeah.
India Lee was about a minute 30 back, and funnily enough, she's just come out a minute 50 behind with Ash Gentle and Imogen Simmons here into T1. That gap really did blow out. We sort of said it looks like it's 2 minutes, and it turns out it is 2 minutes. I mean, I probably didn't expect it to quite be that. I thought it might be 90 seconds, but closer to 2 minutes. I think in the swim, the first section of this race, that's win Lucy Charles-Barclay. That's a big gap. But the thing she has working against her is India Lee, Imogen Simmons and Ash Gentle together is a strong chase group.
Yeah, absolutely. What a strong line of athletes they're going to be when they get out onto the bikes. I think the start of the bike course here is also something where Lucy will benefit from having Sophie, because Sophie is renowned as being a really technically good bike course. In the first section out of the XL, they've got to go down ramps, around corners before they do get out onto the roads properly, and that's something that Sophie's going to do at speed.
We're seeing Hayley Chura here, third out of the water. Not quite sure what's going on, whether it's something with her bike. It kind of looks like it's not something with her bike and it's more a physical thing. I don't know if she's sitting up and waiting for the athletes behind or if something's gone wrong there. We've got this next big chase group, Chelsea Sodaro with a new coach, Arne Haug, Kat Matthews. That's a strong group. They're over 3 minutes behind out of the water. That is a massive gap, but Kat Matthews is there. She is riding as well as anyone in the world right now, so not a bad position for Arne Haug and Chelsea Sodaro to be in if they can stay with Kat.
Hayley Chura here, quite frankly, is a bit of a mystery to me what's going on, because if she was waiting for the next group, she'd at least be trying to hold up some speed, but I would agree, it looks like there's probably a technical difficulty that we'll find out.
So this is a pretty strong chase group as well. It's got sort of everyone else in it. I think, like I just talked about, Kat Matthews is the clear leader of this group. Laura Phillips in there, Amelia Watkinson's in there, Lisa Norden's in there, all strong time trials in their own right. We know Lisa Norden just won her national TT championships, so clearly a very strong cyclist, and Amelia Watkinson has come top 5 in her national road race. So yeah, we have a lot of female triathletes in today's field who, in their own rights, are great cyclists.
Laura Phillip, of course, also having a fantastic performance in Roth, lifetime best numbers from what her coach told me. So indeed, this is going to be absolute fireworks as we see Hayley Chura picking up the pace now. It looks like...
I'm so confused what's going on
yes.
here. Because if she is sitting up to weight yarn, like you said, usually you would still push a little bit of power. Like usually you wouldn't just dead sit up like that.
No, as we see a long line of athletes forming as they, you know, wait to space themselves out for the actual course and heading out of the technical section that Vicky mentioned early on.
So I think we need to talk about this. Drafting is always a big topic of conversation when it comes to long or middle distance triathlon. In today's race, we have been told the technical officials are going to be hot on drafting. However, there is 5 sections, one of which Hayley Chura just went through there, where they will show a bit of discretion and leniency because of the nature of this course. There's 5 sections, including 2 turnaround points and this sort of technical roundabout section we're seeing here on both sides of the race course, where if it does come back in a little bit, they'll be a little bit lenient on it. But outside of that, on the long straight flat roads, they will not show any discretion. There will be penalties.
As we see Anne Reichman off the back, this is a long way swimming, and whilst everybody's going at 40+ kilometers an hour, you're swimming along. This is not great news. Hayley Chura already being caught. Quite frankly, if I looked at her going into the roundabout, I think she's just not a technically very well-versed rider. And, you know, all the construction that's in and out of the XL, there's a fair few bumps. It's definitely something that can scare you. Maybe she had a little moment where her front wheel gave a little bit of way, but Ash Gentle, making light work of the situation, has now moved on to the virtual podium.
So I think we need to talk about Ash Gentle's current situation. She obviously won Singapore. She's won 4 PTO/T100 races. She came 7th at San Francisco, which for an ordinary person is a good result, but for Ash Gentle is her worst ever PTO T100 result. And speaking to her in private, she wasn't embarrassed by the result, but it's not too far off what she felt. She was very, very, very disappointed in her result. The morning after the race, decided to make a coaching change. She'd been thinking about it in the lead up to that, but I think that result and that weekend was the nail in the coffin. And she has decided to move to a new coach, a cycling-focused coach, a national TT representative on the track himself. So I think Ash Gentle's intention is clear for the rest of the season, and that's that she needs to work on her swim and bike in order to bridge the gap to Taylor Knibb. And will we see that come to fruition today in her taking charge on the bike, leading this group of Imogen Simmons and India Lee, who most people would look at as slightly stronger cyclists than Ash Gentle, but Ash Gentle is the one here leading the chase group, trying to bridge the gap to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell.
Yeah, well, a coaching change obviously can take a little bit of time to bed in. Those changes that you make are often not totally instant, and it's only been, 5-6 weeks or so since we were in San Francisco, so not a huge amount of time for differences, for changes to be shown yet for Ashley. But what she is showing right now is a massive statement of intent. She came out the water, as you said, with Imogen Simmons and India Lee, 2 of the strongest cyclists out there, and she is leading the way right now from that pack, and that shows where her mindset's at today. As you said, Jack, she was incredibly disappointed with the performance that she was able to put down in San Francisco, or rather with the performance she wasn't able to put down in San Francisco, and felt that she just had nothing to give on that day. So I think today she just wants to put everything out there and cross the line, absolutely spent, exhausted, and she said that no matter where that ends her, sort of allows her to end up on the finish rostrum today, that will be okay if she's been able to put everything into it.
And I think touching on the whole concept of mindset, you know, if you look at team sports, if you look at soccer teams changing a coach and going from a losing streak to a winning streak in one match, there's no physiological change that's gone on. There's very little tactical that's going on. It's a mindset. It is the kind of confidence that you have within yourself, and a bit of fresh wind, especially for a seasoned athlete, can make such a difference. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that this is not a pure cycling strength course. We're seeing a lot of what we call dead turns, turns where you almost have to stop, and the more speed you can carry throughout, the better it is. And this is going to add up over 8 laps as well. It looks like Ash Gentle is just also taking these turns and roundabouts very, very smoothly.
We're speculating, but let's hear from Ash Gentle herself.
I think that I would drive myself crazy if I tried to work out like why I was so bad in San Francisco. It's like sometimes you've just got to let it go and put it to the side and focus on what's next. And I think that's kind of where I was at, because I had nothing to give. I just felt like I could have gone all day, but I couldn't go fast enough. And if you're in a T100 race, you need to be able to go fast. And kind of crossed the line, and it was just such a unsatisfying feeling. It's human nature always just focus on the negative and think, you know, and tell yourself how bad you are. It's like, well, do you tell yourself how well you've done when you've done really well? And sometimes no, like you don't appreciate what you've achieved when you've achieved great things. It's about acknowledging that and accepting it and being like, well, no, I'm not going to dwell on this result for, you know, 6 or 7 weeks before London. Like, I've got stuff to do. I've got training to get to, and I need to be in the best mental space that I can. And so I feel like I'm going to be absolutely like buckled over when I cross the line in London, because I'm so determined to be able to push my body like I know that I can.
We've seen Imogen Simmons here take the lead from Ash Gentle of this chase pack. I actually think Ashley Gentle will be excited to see Imogen Simmons with her, and if India Lee does happen to make up that 15-second deficit she has, I think Ash Gentle will be even more excited. Because we've got that alliance up front with Sophie Coldwell and Lucy Charles-Barclay, having this strong group for Ash Gentle with Imogen Simmons, who on her day rides as well as everyone, probably apart from Taylor Knibb, and India Lee being the same, I think Ash Gentle will see that and go, this is my ticket to the front of the race. I can sit in here, I can conserve. When needed, I can take turns. But I think largely, Jan, she'll just be excited that Imogen Simmons is there with her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's always helpful to have that kind of alliance, especially if you know you are a gooder runner as Ash Gentle is. But I don't know, Vicky, how did you ever feel? I mean, for me, whether you win a race, that's obviously the ideal scenario. If you're terrible, I feel like is the next best kind of scenario. I was always worried about a race that was okay when I had big expectations going into it, because that really made me wonder whether the actual level had moved on. And I'm not saying a 7th place is terrible, I'm just saying by her standards it was way off. I don't know, how did you see that in your days?
Yeah, I totally agree. A mediocre result is almost worse than an awful one. An awful one you can usually track back to something eventually. It'll become apparent that you're ill, or there'll be some really obvious reason why that was just an anomaly and that day is a write-off, and you can just put it out of your mind and go on to the next one. It's the days when, like you said, you just sort of mid-pack, when you may be expecting to be right at the front, or you've been right at the front in other races, and then you kind of have to go away and scratch your head and sort of work out what was it? Did the level move on, as you said, or am I just dropping? What's not working here? And those are the harder days, definitely.
So having a look here at Imogen Simmons' ratings compared to the field, we can see that she's rated as the 4th fastest swimmer and 3rd fastest cyclist in this field today, but the 13th fastest runner. And I think that's why she'll be Ash Gentle will be so excited to see Imogen Simmons there with her, because she goes, great, this is one of the best cyclists in the field. This is someone who can keep pace with the Lucy Charles-Barclay driven front group, but I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to outrun her.
Yeah, I mean, without being arrogant, because we know Ash absolutely isn't that, she will have confidence that she's going to be able to outrun Imogen Simmons today. So if these two can continue to work together to minimise that deficit to the front, and Ashley Gentle was to come off the bike with a similar deficit that she has right now, around a minute 40, minute 45, I think she'd be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, and that would also indicate that they're riding the same pace as the front, you know, as when they got out. That was a similar kind of gap. As we get a whole view of all these athletes. I mean, look at that, Anne Reichman, 6:45 down in the first lap of the bike. This is somebody who was just off the podium in Roth. I mean, she is a very credible athlete. She's one of the best in the world. So it just really shows the kind of level the front runners are putting out for us to see.
With this field today, it possibly did expose her weakness in the swim a bit more than we maybe would have seen in other races, but we know what she could do on the bike and the run. So while she is a long way down just at this point, there's a lot of the race still to go for her.
An interesting Ash Gentle story that I kind of want to tell is, throughout the week we were at breakfast and we were all having a coffee, and there was sort of speculation about, you know, Arne Haug and Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barclay and how good they are and how their races are going to play out. And there was a group of the males who are going to be racing, and Ash Gentle was there. And she sort of got defensive. She got fiery, and she's like, oh, I guess I'm no good then. I guess I won't be competitive then. And we all just looked at her, and we could tell that compared to how she was at San Francisco, in the lead up to San Francisco, she felt a bit down. She wasn't socialising. She it was almost a bit flat, I would say I described it. And we were all just like, oh, Ash Gentle's found her fire again, and she really we started laughing at that. And to me, I just have seen signs all week that Ash Gentle is here, focused, ready, excited to go. And I think that speaks to what you said, Jan, that sometimes a coaching change is completely mental and emotional, and maybe it was just that thing that made her be able to relax. Like maybe she was feeling some negativity in her life and in her training, and this point that just maybe set her free a little bit, and we might get that same fiery old Ash Gentle back that we didn't see in San Francisco.
Yeah, mindset is everything, and I think, you know, certain athletes perform best being happy, others need to be angry. It kind of goes through phases in life, I think, and you know, it can also just be a breath of fresh air when you've seen a routine. To give you perspective, I mean, most of these professionals, they would do in a short course pool over 200 laps every single day. You know, repetition is the name of the game. Consistency is what you're looking for, and there's a lot of merit in that. So when you get somebody just changing even your warm-up, when you get new kinds of intervals, it can just be the kind of thing that gets you excited about going to training again, that gets you excited about racing again. And even though your physiology hasn't changed, it'll maybe let you tap into what is actually there a little bit more.
And we've seen that Imogen Simmons and Ash Gentle have been able to bridge just a little bit into this gap. So it's a minute 39 back to the lead now. It started 2 minutes like we talked about, Vicky. And we are seeing that India Lee hasn't made this group. She is about 15 to 20 seconds down behind.
Yeah, she's on her own, which is a really tough place to be at this part of the race. You know, you do want to have people to work with a little bit like they have at the front.
So we're going to follow this race here. We've got that group of Imogen Simmons and Ashley Gentle. We're going to take the motorbike to the front of the race to give you an idea of just how big this gap is, and see how, on a practical perspective, what kind of gap is a minute 40 seconds, and how much work do Imogen Simmons and Ashley Gentle have to do to catch up.
Yeah, let's remember, this is a motorbike. You know, this is the flick of someone's wrist to accelerate. This is not hours and hours of work, but we can just see how windy it is. Even the motorbike's having to take these corners quite a lot slower than it potentially could. There is just so much where technical riding ability lets you carry speed and lets you save energy over the course of 8 laps. I mean, it's absolutely massive. We still haven't got the front runners inside. And I think Hayley Chura, if we're looking at the time gaps, growing and growing and growing, this could really just be the issue. I mean, London potholes are kind of pretty infamous. I think even some of the athletes have adjusted their tire pressure in order to cope and prepare for this kind of course specifically. But we've been going for a little while here, and I don't see our top 2 Brits up the front yet.
I think our motorbike driver here has just killed the speed a little bit as they're just passing the Excel Centre. So yeah, he's not been going top speed through here. So I think we might actually even see those other athletes come back past him in a second. But it's still really nice to see fans lining the side of the course here. So shows that people have come out to support these athletes. We do love to have a sporting event in the UK, and it's nice to see them supporting our home athletes as well as the other best of the athletes in the world that have come to T100 London today.
We can see some other gaps that are sort of evolving throughout the race. Remember that Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip came out about 3 minutes behind the lead, and they've now got that down to 2:30 behind the lead. And you can see that Anne Haug, who was with them in Transition 1, has not got with that group. So she's been dropped by the Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, Lucy Byram and Lisa Norden group. That doesn't bode well for Anne Haug's race. I know she rode so well at Challenge Roth, Jan, but to get dropped within the first 10k or even within the first 9k of this race today by that Kat Matthews, Lucy Byram, Lisa Norden and Laura Phillip train might prove costly towards the end of the race.
Well, personally, I mean, for me, it would be unimaginable to race this kind of field on this kind of course so close to a long distance race. I could never do it in my career, but different athletes obviously cater for different abilities. And you know, it's just one of those things as we've caught up with our two front runners, and they seem to still be working really well and really smoothly together, which is absolutely nice to see. And if they can carry on going like this, then, well, we're in for a treat.
The gap is being sort of eaten into by both groups, both the Imogen Simmons group and Ashley Gentle group. And I think something that I'm noticing is that Sophie Caldwell is letting this gap to Lucy Charles be a bit bigger than what maybe an experienced T100 athlete would. It looks like it's more like that 30 or 40 metres rather than 19, 20 metres.
Is that a dig? Are you having a go at T100 athletes knowing just how far they can push it?
I think when you're an experienced middle distance athlete who's raced enough of these things, you know the line, and Sophie Caldwell probably playing it quite safe and making sure she's not in that draft zone.
As we're back with Sophie Caldwell, they lost about 14 seconds on the first lap to Ash Gentle and Imogen Simmons. But again, you know, with this exact riding strength, they'll see each other here, and this is the first time they've, well, actually no, the second time, because on the other side they've also got a reference point that they can compare where they were in the first lap. That's always something. I picked a landmark and I was like, okay, I met this person here. How far away have they gone? Because remember, these athletes don't have the stats that we do. This exact timing sheet that you see on the left is exactly what the athletes don't have. And spectators are not a reliable source to go with timing info. That can vary greatly according to the allegiance of the spectator. But I have to agree that Sophie's leaving the gap a little bit too large for these athletes to benefit off each other.
I think she's just going to be terrified to incur a drafting penalty. You know, it's her first attempt at this kind of distance, her first time doing a TT type race, and I think she just wants to make sure she plays by the rules. So
we've got eyes on Chelsea Sodaro here, Ironman World Champion. She's been having an up and down season, an up and down patch. A few things to take note of here. A new bike. She has recently had a bit of bike drama, controversy, where she left her old bike brand and is on a new bike brand. She's also had a coaching change, just like Ashley Gentle. She moved on from her longtime coach, Dan Plews, who took her to an Ironman World Championship victory, and she's now working with Neil Henderson, an experienced triathlon coach out of Boulder and professional athlete himself back in the early 2000s. And as you can see, everyone knows Chelsea Sodaro is a great runner, the 4th fastest runner in this field today, 9th fastest swimmer and 17th fastest bike rider according to the statistics. However, Chelsea Sodaro's bike sometimes is 17th best in a field like this. Sometimes it can be a lot better than that, as we see her making the pass here on Hayley Chura, who did come out of the water 3rd and is now dropping back to 11th following this pass.
Yeah, you can see the little group in front, the pack of the line of athletes in front of her, and I think she'll just be desperate not to lose contact with them. She knows that being just at the back of that line of athletes is super beneficial for her, and as they are tearing through the field and starting to take a little bit of time out of the leaders, she wants to be part of that. She doesn't want to let it go, so she rode quite aggressively through that corner and really sped past Hayley Chura.
And you can see Lisa Norden is the athlete in front of Chelsea Sodaro, who's involved in this group of Lucy Byram, who you can see in front of her, Kat Matthews, who you can just get eyes on up in the distance, and Laura Phillip as well. So this group here is vital to Chelsea Sodaro's day. You can see that group they're sort of together at that 20-metre mark. Chelsea Sodaro, however, is about 150 metres behind. She needs to close that gap. And you can see that Chelsea Sodaro's heart rate, according to the max heart rate numbers she's giving us, is 100%. That, to me, suggests maybe she's given us slightly inaccurate heart rate data, because if it was 100%, then her day's pretty much
She'd
already
be in trouble.
done.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
it does show that regardless, her heart rate is very high relative to some others in the field. So say Lucy Byram at 89%, Kat Matthews at 93, Laura Phillip at 87 in that group in front of her. They are working not quite as hard as Chelsea Sodaro relative to the heart rate data that she's provided us.
If you remember, this is a 4-hour effort, and there is no one here with less than 82% max effort. Ash Gently up there in her 90s. But there is no doubt to me that Chelsea is working extremely hard at this moment. She didn't come around Hayley Chura and just breathe past her. It definitely looked like it's labored. She went into a very, very high cadence coming up on that little bridge. And you can tell she knows that Lisa Norden is her ticket to the front, and she's desperate to get close enough to have some sort of benefit, which is, you know, at the T100, 20 meters off the back wheel.
Just one quick more thing on Chelsea Sodaro before we talk about Sophie Caldwell and Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front here. We know that Ashley Gentle made the shift in her coach to Jordan because he's a bike specialist, and she wanted to chase that gap to Taylor Knibb. Chelsea Sodaro, she's also working with a coach in Neil Henderson who used to coach Taylor Knibb. So interesting that we see some of these big name females trying to close that gap in the bike purely because of Taylor Knibb.
Well, that's what Taylor Knibb's done to the women's field in racing, to be honest. She's such an exceptional athlete. I mean, she is setting the standard on the bike, and that's where all the girls are finding that they're going to have to chase her. But what we're seeing on the graphic on the side of our screen now is that some of these athletes are really making moves. You've got Laura Phillip, who's moved up 9 places since our last checkpoint, so she's gone to the front of that chase pack, and they're now only 2 minutes and 12 seconds behind the leaders, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell. So they're making serious inroads now, and it's looking like we're going to possibly get some people catch up to the front before we hit the run.
I think Laura and Kat definitely are also technically 2 very strong riders. We've got information that they had the fastest first lap, which was 26 seconds faster than our front runners here. And that's really, yeah, I think where the game's going to go. That's what these 2 athletes are trying to do. And, you know, then they are very strong runners as well. So this could really be an absolute nail-biter of a run race.
So we've touched on Sophie Caldwell already. She's here at the front of the race with Lucy Charles-Barclay. We know she narrowly missed selection for the Olympics, and she's here with us today at T100 London. Let's hear from her.
When I kind of found out I got the wild card, it really was like a silver lining for the year for me, because at the point I was like, well, I've missed more training in the last 6 weeks than I probably have in the last 18 months. Like, it has been really hard. So yeah, obviously with the T100 saying, you know, you've got a wild card, at the point I was like, okay, at least I've got something to focus on. So I think for me, am I angry and upset and stuff at this decision? Yes, but I think for me at the moment, I really have just parked that and been given this opportunity to, like I say, if anything else, just open doors for me. Like, and yeah, that's kind of what I'm coming here on Saturday to try and do. Obviously, I'm an athlete, I'm competitive, I want to have a great race, but I think it sounds so cliche, but I just really want to enjoy it. Like, I have no idea if I'm going to love it or hate it. And I just really hope I love it, to just open more doors for me and, yeah, allow me to do a different style of racing and yeah, do something different, I think. I've kind of, like, obviously got an idea of what I'm going to try and do, but in all honesty, it's kind of race what's in front of you, and if you blow up, you blow up. Like, at least you know, do you know what I mean?
And we're seeing Sophie Caldwell here. She has not taken a turn at the front for quite a while now. She's letting Lucy Charles-Barclay drive this bike pace, and I just do think, like we've touched on a few times, she's leaving this gap too big. Jan, I look at her position on the bike and I see someone who is fresh into long course and hasn't quite decided that, hey, this is what I'm going all in, and hasn't had the time to go into the wind tunnel and nail her position, because it really isn't a very aggressive TT position, is it?
No, it's not, but it seems to be somewhat adjusted. I mean, she did have a session. She posted on her social media that she's gone out and had some kind of bike fit done. And that's where you have to start. I mean, everybody's journey starts somewhere on the long distance, and she kind of has to go and, you know, see it. Whereas now we're getting eyes on Lucy for the first time. She's got a fresh race suit, which I believe is adapted for the conditions here. They've worked more on the shoulder flexibility so she can actually benefit from her swim. The calf sleeves, which are an aerodynamic benefit, you know, she is the kind of exact opposite end of the spectrum. She's 100% dialed in. You see that cockpit is custom made for her. It's years and years of dialing that position in, and that's, you know, the beauty for someone like Sophie, who just comes in and says, well, I'm going to race till I blow up. And, you know, right now she's racing the best women in the world, and she's in a very, very high up position.
You've also got to be a little bit careful, I think, when you first go onto a time trial bike. You can't just immediately go into the most aggressive aerodynamic position possible, because it's not something you're used to. You have to gradually, slowly do that over the months and years once you become a time trial rider. Otherwise, you do really risk sort of injuries and just not being able to perform once you get onto the run. But just on the bottom right-hand side of our screen now, you can see the QR code. If you want to take a photo of that, you can go to the T100triathlon.com/live website, which will give you a lot more live data and can keep you up to date with absolutely everything that's going on out on course.
Interesting point you raised there about the progression into an aggressive TT position coming out of short course racing on the road bike. We did see the current best cyclist in middle distance triathlon, Taylor Knibb. She started on a road bike. She came into middle distance racing on a road bike for that exact thing. So, I mean, I guess Sophie Caldwell on her first big T100 race is already a step ahead of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Taylor Knibb was unbelievable, even on a road bike with clip-on handlebars. It was. We were asking question marks as to how this was actually possible, whether our timings were wrong. But she was phenomenal from day one, and as strong a cyclist as Sophie is, I know she wanted to sort of do this properly. You know, get herself onto a time trial bike and get the right kit and a time trial helmet. I think she calls it the Stormtrooper helmet, and she really wanted to come in and feel part of it. You know, all the athletes have all the correct equipment, and she wanted to be an athlete just like them out on this course. But you do just have to be a little bit careful when you're going straight into an aggressive riding position, as we're seeing from Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front there. Something like that is very different from the much more sort of upright positions or compact positions that we see on the more road cycling bikes that we use in short course racing that Sophie will be used to. She needed just a little bit of time, I think, to get bit more dialed in on a TT bike. Going super aggressive on the first one will probably end up with, you know, some cramp in the hamstrings and possibly a slightly butchered run course, because she just wouldn't be able to move her legs properly after 80 kilometers in an incredibly aerodynamic position.
Yeah, I mean, it's forever a balance between being able to produce the maximum power, because if you're not familiar with it, the more aerodynamic, the more closed up your kind of shoulders and upper body is, the harder it becomes to produce power through your legs. And that is forever the balance these athletes are trying to strike, so that they're efficient on the one hand and able to produce their maximum power, but also be as slippery in the wind as possible. And, you know, this has been a process for Lucy too. We've seen her evolve over years. And next we are getting eyes on, I believe,
Annie Haug. Yes.
Interesting here, Jan. She's the only one of the big hitters who's losing time to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell up front.
Yeah, to be honest, I would have bet on that. I saw her the last few days, and you know, people forget that there are two kinds of tolls to doing a long distance race. The one is the physical, recovering. Annie is a very, very seasoned athlete. She's got lots of life miles, as I would call them, so she probably recovers quickly there. But mentally, you're also depleted when you have to go that deep. And, you know, she's posted the fastest time over a long distance ever. Mentally, it's extremely draining. And I remember it that at stages, you would sit at a dinner table, you know, a week after a race, and all I'd hear is voices. It kind of almost be like in a deep jet lag. And that's the kind of fatigue that you also have to deal with. And, you know, I saw her warming up on the bike, and yeah, she just she looked at me as I was an alien. And I was like, oh, okay, just go recover, have some carbohydrates, and I hope you come around. It's a gamble they take, and you have to take in this kind of level of racing. And it's fantastic that she still comes out and says, all right, I'm going to come here and have a crack.
So we're having a look here at the comparison between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Annie Haug, and you see Annie Haug dropping back, and you might think, oh, well, why isn't her heart rate higher than Lucy Charles-Barclay? Isn't she suffering? And sometimes what happens when you've come off a big race, a big training block, and you get to your next race, you have quite a suppressed heart rate because you're just not quite capable of getting to the upper end of your aerobic threshold as what you might be if you're fresh and you haven't raced recently and you're specifically tapered for this race. And usually a low heart rate but an inability to produce power is a sign of heavy fatigue, and it does look like that's what Anne Haug's experiencing here today, whereas Lucy Charles-Barclay slightly higher than her and out in front leading this race.
I mean, it's just not a surprise. Jan touched upon it there, of course. She only 3 weeks ago raced a full long distance race where she set the fastest time in the world, and she didn't just break it, she obliterated it really. It was incredibly impressive. She's unfortunately just missed 2-3 bottles there through the
4. She missed the
four
fourth
now.
one as well.
Well, that's not going to bode well for her later in the race. I touched upon it right at the beginning of the show. It is actually a lot hotter than we expected it to be. The official forecast says about 23 degrees Celsius, 73 degrees Fahrenheit, but it is actually really hot down on the pavement. Here we go. That's the first missed bottle. We've got another second, third missed bottle. She wasn't even close enough for that one. And then I think she's going to try one more. Oh, we just missed that. But there was one more coming. So four missed bottles for Annie Haug out there on the bike at that aid station. And yeah, it's quite warm out there. It's really exposed. The run course even more so. There's no wind down there on the run course. And yeah, we'll see if she pays for that later on.
She's riding up to some athletes now that at least mentally that will give her a boost, that she's not completely out on her own.
Jan, I've got to pause you there. You won't believe it. I think we've got our first ever drafting penalty in T100 history.
You're kidding. Jan's going to have a party.
Yeah. Jan's pumping a fist. He doesn't even know who it is yet. Lucy Byram, young Lucy Byram, who usually is someone...
Now I feel bad. Now I feel bad for Lucy, honestly.
Yeah, Lucy's going to be coming for you, Jan. It's all your fault.
Our first ever T100 drafting penalty that we were told all week they were going to be hot on it, Jan.
Yeah, and the referees are coming through on it. I mean, you have to remember that traditionally 20 meters is also not a draft zone that the referees are used to. You know, it used to be 12 meters and that's 10 from the rear wheel. And the whole series is evolving, but you know, things are starting to become a little bit more serious. It's about points, it's about a lot of money as well in terms of the prize money and the final rankings. And in a series like that, you know, there are little things that you want to avoid. And unfortunately, it's hit Lucy for the first time. But I think, personally, it's good to see a signal, because the rest of the field, they won't know it yet. The men will be watching for tomorrow's race. It just creates more fair racing and more dynamic racing as well. So
yeah, well,
unfortunately, I think it's a good thing.
I think in tomorrow's race, we're fully expecting to see larger lines of athletes in the male race. The way that Lucy Charles-Barclay here races, she blows the field apart from early on. Of course, Sophie Colwell's been the athlete to be able to go with her up until this point, but she essentially obliterates the field really early on. Whereas in the men's race, we're very likely to see more athletes coming out of the water together. And I do agree with you, Jan. I think it's a really good sign to those athletes to just say, look, they're going to be really hot on this. And if you are drifting into that 20-meter zone, you're going to get penalised unless you make a pass. So tomorrow, watch out, lads, because the technical officials are on it. And just noticing on the side here, the leaderboard that we've got Imogen Simmons, Ashley Gentle now only just over 1 minute behind the leaders at 109 and 112. So they've really brought that down at the 26-kilometre checkpoint. So they are eating into the lead of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Colwell all the time.
Got eyes on Anne Haug here, working with Emma Pallant-Brown. They're down in 15th and 14th position respectively, and I mean, we can see that chase group of Ashley Gentle and Imogen Simmons are eating in time to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Caldwell, and so is that Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip and Lucy Byram driven group, who are just about to catch up to India Lee and produce and sort of become a really, really strong chase back. They're all eating in time, but yeah, Annie Haug and Emma Pallant-Brown, two of the stronger runners in the field, have not eaten in any time and are in fact losing time to the front of the race.
Would be interesting. I mean, the way things are going, we've you know, we're within 5.5 laps to go. At the moment, it looks like Lucy could be caught on the bike for the first time since I can remember anyways. I wonder how she's going to deal with that, because, is she going to, you know, take a little bit of confidence in her run training and just realize, okay, she needs to play this strong? Is she even going to be able to hold on? Because it looks like, at least through the technical sections, Imogen Simmons and Ash Gentle are absolutely, putting time in. I mean, it's easier to follow a wheel, that's for sure, especially through a technical section. But yeah, this is something we haven't seen happen yet.
No, we definitely weren't expecting to see Lucy Charles-Barclay potentially, of course, she's not been caught yet, but potentially be caught out on the bike course. And, you know, she's had a bit of a game plan in these PTO T100 races where she's had to try and put in as big a gap as possible on the swim bike and then just see how well she can hold on the run. And as we know, she's come second multiple times now, so she has been ran down a few times out there on the run course. But, you know, I was actually expecting to see her run probably a bit better than we've seen previously, because I know that her run has stepped up a level. I know she did fantastic marathon at the end of the Nice Ironman recently, and that showed a real, I think, jump in her run level where she got to, and I was quite excited to see what she was able to put out here today. And you know what, I still am. Maybe this is a measured bike performance, because she knows that she's probably going to have to run the run of her life if she wants to bring home her first ever victory in the T100 and do it on home soil. Not just home soil, but in her backyard. She's a London girl. This is her territory. These are her roads, and I know she wants to win.
We can see here, it is official. Yarn, 3-minute drafting penalty to Lucy Byram, which never happened before. Finally, we've got a penalty. And I mean, Lucy Byram might be unlucky there, because traditionally is a very fair cyclist and does tend to be one of the people who sits on the front of a group and drives it. Flashback to the PTO US Open in 2023. But hey, she was in it. We've got Race Ranger. If that light flashes red and you do not make the pass, you will get a drafting penalty. So there is absolutely no contesting it.
And we do know that the athletes were briefed extensively about this in their briefing just a couple of days ago. They went through this in absolute detail, and I think all the athletes did come out of it very clear on what would be penalised, how they were to ride, and what that situation would be.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were also saying that it would be fair. I mean, there are 5 zones on the course, as we mentioned earlier, where drafting penalties are not handed out. But that's the beauty of a technical course. It adds another challenge. You know, it's not just the physical challenge of going up a mountain as fast as you can or coming out of a roundabout as fast as you can, as Lucy does a great job actually of holding speed throughout that corner. And, you know, that's another thing that these athletes have to factor in. And this athlete, Lucy Charles-Barclay, looks like she's in no danger of getting a drafting penalty anytime soon. She has clear roads ahead of her.
That's one way to be absolutely sure you're not going to incur a drafting penalty. Just be at the front of the race.
I think we're seeing a situation unfold in front of our eyes here where Lucy Charles-Barclay is sort of having her gap closed by Imogen Simmons and Ashley Gentle, and then you can see that really, really strong select group of India Lee, Laura Phillip, Lucy Byram and Kat Matthews with, you know, national TT champ Lisa Norden at the back of it, all eating in time to her. We are potentially seeing a situation unfold where we could see everyone come together at some point in this ride. And so I guess the big challenge for Lucy Charles-Barclay is to just keep laying down that power, keep putting in a consistent time trial effort, try and conserve energy, fuel, maintain her gap. If the gap is getting closed down, she still wants to make it as hard as possible for everyone behind, Vicky.
Yeah, so I think Lucy Charles-Barclay can still put in time to everyone behind, and I also think I was just pausing there thinking about her running again. You know, I feel like Lucy has been renowned as the best swimmer in our sport for years now, and she's also shown her amazing strength on the bike. She's raced many times where she's led from gun to tape, and she's put time into athletes out on the bike as well. But then when we come to the run, I think that's always been the one that's been a bit of a question mark for Lucy, and especially over the last 3 seasons. She's been injured at some point over each of the last 3 seasons now. And the question mark has been, where is her run going going to end her up? Is she going to be able to hold on? Are people going to be chasing her down from behind? And, you know, today could be the perfect day to show that even if she is caught on the bike, that actually she can still run with the absolute best in the world. And what a statement that would be, to show that maybe on a day where she's not riding her absolute best, she can still deliver on the run course as well. And I know that would bring a huge amount of satisfaction to someone who has been known as this incredible swim biker over her career, to then be able to put the final piece of the puzzle together and say, actually, I'm a gun runner too.
And it did look like at 20 kilometres into the bike that the gaps were closing really, really quickly. But now 10 kilometres later at 30k into the bike, things have sort of just evened out. They're keeping, Lucy Charles-Barclay is keeping that gap to Imogen Simmons at Ash Gentle at about that minute and 10-second mark, and then that gap to that next big chase group with India Lee, Laura Phillip, Lucy Byram, Kat Matthews and Lisa Norton at 2 minutes. It really has steadied, and those gaps have stayed the same for about the last 2 kilometres. So I think that shows the difference between having that strong group around you out of the swim, a lot of excitement, a lot of adrenaline. This group in particular seemed to be the ones who displayed that, who have put a minute into that chase group over the first, to the lead group, into the first 30 kilometres of the bike. Kat Matthews here, second at San Francisco, right in the middle of this group. Laura Phillip out in front, Lucy Byram behind. You can see Kat Matthews is in the draft zone, so she is making that pass on Lucy Byram and about to work her way into second position. Through this technical section here, there is a bit of discretion. However, you do get, once you come out of the roundabout, have to make that pass. So she's now sat in here. That gap must stay at 20 metres. It looks quite close, but she has let that go out to 20 metres after that technical zone. Well, no, she is making that decision to pass. She's well and truly in the zone now. So we are going to see Kat Matthews go to the front of this chase group now. And with the way she's been riding recently, this is a big move. Jan, we've seen a big start of the year from Kat Matthews. Second place at T100 San Francisco. She's won 2 full distance races so far this year, and she is now the one leading this big select chase group with lots of strong cyclists in the group. Did you expect to see this move 30k into the bike from Kat Matthews?
Well, you know, it's again, she's taken that same gamble, having raced the long distance previously or very shortly ahead of this. But, you know, what she has is she has very, very good power, and she has good technical skills. And that's where, you know, she's able to accelerate out of these corners, and she's able to go past a whole line of athletes. You know, normally you'd pass one and then sit in, but no, she's gone right past this group who we actually thought were moving fastest on course, taken charge, and I think, you know, she'd be looking to hopefully create a gap, because I think her and Laura Phillip can potentially both light some serious fireworks on this run course.
Something that you and I have talked about, Jan, is having the physiological capabilities to play tactically good races. So if you're fit enough, you can play a very tactically smart race, whereas if you're not fit enough, sometimes you just don't have the physiological capabilities to do the tactical things you wish you could do in a race. Kat Matthews in 2024, to me, seems like an athlete who has finally got her physiology back to a place where she can start racing really, really tactically. And I now see her as one of the smarter racers in female middle distance triathlon.
Well, she certainly lives and breathes the sport. You know, she's somebody who's very, very involved and knows all the athletes. Trying to get a bottle here, she gets it right second time around, refilling the water bottle that she's got kind of aerodynamically optimized between her arms, making sure that, you know, she does have enough fuel going into the rest of this race. But I agree that she's in a position where it's fun to race. You're racing, you're not holding on, you're not surviving, you're actually racing the athletes and trying to create a difference. And that's what we know. You know, that's how we see her in Miami. She was devastated when she had to pull out of the race. She had a little tear in her calf, I believe. And, you know, she's come back with a vengeance. And that's very often one of those things. A little injury, a little setback can just be that thing that gives you the fire in the belly to have that extra nudge in training and also go in with the needed bit of aggression. as she's showing right here.
You can't forget as well the devastation of that accident that Kat had back in 2022, I think, would that be? And you know, it was an awful accident on her bike where she was hit by a car, and you know, she broke multiple bones in her body, and she was very lucky actually to be able to come out of that accident with her life. That's how serious an accident it was, and it really did take a long time for her to be able to build back up from that accident, and the physiology, as we touched upon just a minute ago, that she's had to work on that to get back to this level. And I feel like we're just finally now, it's taken nearly 2 years, seeing her back at her absolute best, and what a credit to her that is.
And so far in 2024, 2 full-distance Ironman victories, that second place in San Francisco. Kat Matthews has expectation on her in 2024.
My expectations are lower than San Francisco, but still reasonably high in terms of like confidence with my fitness generally. I think right now, 2 days out, I don't have that sort of spark, that edge that I felt like I had in San Fran. It's not like my energy is low because I can't be bothered. It's just a little bit dampened from racing. So I think I need the next couple of days to really ramp that up. I don't perceive any negative expectation. I've already sort of put out the dampeners to my family, being like, it's okay, by the way. If I'm not, I won't, full stop. They know I won't be at the front at the start. So it's not like I'm going to lose the race. It's just how much I can really like bring myself into the race. But at the moment with this field, everyone's here. I honestly think it would be an absolute gift, considering where I'm at in racing and my general feel. But I think that doesn't necessarily do myself justice. That's like my backstop. I am still trying, as always, to get to the front of the race and to win it.
We are seeing some very interesting things unfold here on our screen while we're at that Kat Matthews interview. She sat up and let Lucy Byram get a massive gap and was almost laughing at Laura Phillips, saying like, go and take a turn, get in front of me. What, are you going to let Lucy Byram go up the road? I'm not pulling this turn up. You're not sitting on my wheel all day and getting a free ride. If you don't want Lucy Byram to get up the road and get away, you go and catch it. Let me have a turn behind you. And that's what we talked about just then, Jan. The difference in how she can race tactically based on the physiology she now has in 2024 to put herself in positions. To me, that wave through of one of the greats of the modern era, Laura Phillips, was a very, very confident and aggressive racing move.
Yeah, she's obviously feeling it today. I mean, in that interview, she sort of put out a few disclaimers almost, didn't she? To be like, you know, I'm just a bit fatigued, a bit jaded. And that's what happens when you do a big block of racing. She's been in several different continents, and she's raced incredibly well over the last couple of months and put down some really great performances. But I think she's sort of allowing herself to just think, yeah, maybe I'm going to just have to take a little bit of a backseat in this race before I build up to the second part of the season. But what we're seeing right now is that not only is she only just over 2 minutes down from the lead, but she's got ahead in the game here. She's got ahead physically and mentally in the game. She is challenging Laura Phillips to take the lead, which, as we're just seeing on screen now, Laura Phillips is going back round Lucy Byram right at the front of the race. But she's playing it tactically smart, and I do think that Kat is a fantastic racer. I think she's just got a racing brain. Not everybody has that. Some people just have incredible physiology but maybe aren't quite so tactically savvy. Kat, I think, just knows how to race. She knows how to put herself deep in the hurt locker, but she also knows how to play it really smart when it matters.
So I've got several things on that. First of all, Kat Matthews finds herself in that position because she was that slow getting a bottle that the group she'd put all that effort on passing went back around her, and she found herself sitting behind even though she had already created a bit of a gap. So, you know, there is something to be said for racing tactically smart and making the most of the situation, especially because she'd put out big power. The other thing I was noticing is that she was smiling and having a laugh. And as I always like to say, if you're having fun, it's almost hard to avoid being successful. And she seems to be in that situation. But
the difficulty is, if we look at the screen, they were just under 2 minutes earlier. They're back up to 2:10. You know, they've lost a good 10 seconds through these tactical plays. And if they do too many of them, then, you know, Lucy Charles-Barclay is going to be, oh, thank you very much. I'll take that lead and I'll cash in 10 seconds by 10 seconds. And next thing you know, it's a minute or two. So, yeah, it's interesting, but she definitely can't afford to play too many tactical games if she wants to get up right up the front. And, you know, let's not forget that Ash Gentle is still 20 seconds ahead.
Is that you mentioned obviously that Kat wasn't fast getting her bottle there, and she did lose a lot of that time that she'd already gained by going around to the front of the group. Is that something that you would have done deliberately? Go to the front of the group to then allow yourself to slide back through the group as you take your aid at the water station, rather than having to surge on from off the back of the group if you were back there when you took your bottle? Or is that not a tactical play that you would employ, Jan?
I see no reason why you'd lose any time grabbing a bottle. You slow down just a minute, you grab it, and then basically from your aerodynamic position, which is when you're lying with your elbows, you know, on the bars right there, you're able to fill your bottle, and it's something that you practice in training. And I don't see any reason, you know, I would have waited, taken the bottle, refilled, made sure I've got enough fuel, and then put the attack so that I don't have to look back.
Yeah.
Because, you know, ideally you want to be able to go through as many feed stations as possible so you can hold speed. You obviously have to slow down a little bit to grab a bottle, otherwise you lose all 4 of them, as we saw with Anne earlier. These bottles are cold, which means they've got condensation on the outside. They're coming in at between 30 and 40 k's an hour. They're hard to grab. It's you know, I'm a master. I think my record stands at 6 of lost bottles. So I'm sitting here in my comfortably air-conditioned chair,
drinking
telling the
coffee.
world how to do it. But that is my position as a head armchair coach, and telling how I would have done it.
A well-qualified armchair coach.
We're seeing some very interesting things play out in the pylon on the left with the leaderboard. Lucy Charles-Barclay is out in front with a 30-second lead to Sophie Caldwell by herself, and the gaps have steadied. Imogen Simmons has also dropped Ashley Gentle and got a 20-second gap on her. Ashley Gentle was a minute behind Lucy Charles-Barclay, is now a minute and 24 seconds behind. Imogen Simmons holding that pace. Then this group, like you touched on, Jan, with Laura Phillip, Lucy Byram, Kat Matthews, Lisa Norden and India Lee playing that cat and mouse. You take the lead, sitting up, dropping bottles. Their gap was 2 minutes. It's now blown out to 2:10. So we are seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay, in a way, take control of this race again, with Imogen Simmons the only one able to hold pace with her.
She doesn't have to play games. She's at the front, so she's not playing any of these tactical games that we've spoken about with Kat Matthews in that chase pack. It's Lucy just doing what Lucy does. She's able to just focus on her own race, on her own power. She's not even got Sophie Caldwell for company. She's, you know, lost 30 odd seconds now. So this is where Lucy loves to be as well. This is where she thrives, being at the front of the race, head down, knowing that gap is at least stabilised, if not extending out again.
As we see the pass here on your right-hand screen, Kat Matthews again flying by Laura Phillip, and I think Laura is much calmer. As an athlete in general, you know, that's aggressive racing. There are aggressive tactics, and that's kind of part of the game. You know, it's part of the fun of racing as well, where you're trying to, you know, set a statement. Laura here playing absolutely smart. She knows she has to drop back 20 meters. She goes and grabs some extra nutrition, sits up for a little bit, and gives herself the time to drop back, and is playing a very, very smart game. I think she is also looking a little bit nervously onto her performance here. I spoke to Philip, her partner and coach. They said they've just basically been doing very, very light training and a few very, very short but hard intervals in terms of preparation. A new approach, which they're wanting to see how it goes, but as we can see, it's working out well so far.
Well, both the girls we've got on screen here, Lucy Charles-Barclay and Laura Phillip, are in the mid to high 80% of their maximum heart rate. So they're both pushing pretty hard, and it's quite hard actually to eat when your heart rate is that high, to sort of actually take anything in, take a breath and actually then absorb a gel. I think she was taking a gel. We saw her there as she dropped back when Kat Matthews overtook her. So it's quite impressive to be able to do that when your heart rate is going 86% of your maximum. That's quite high.
Yeah, but that's part of
part of the new game of long distance racing is how much the nutritional aspect has changed. It's something that I actually got professional help with in the end, because there's so much evidence out there, and you really need to train your gut the way you train your legs or your physiology in general, because it becomes so much that it really is hard to keep it all down. We're talking for these ladies probably 3 of these gels an hour, and that's just something over the course of 4 hours. That's a lot to hold down, and yeah, it's become a key to racing well.
Jan, I can't believe I'm doing this to you.
No. We have started fireworks.
The penalty with Lucy Byram has been revoked. The race ranger data was not correct, and it has been revoked.
I had to turn my microphone off there because I was laughing, waiting for Jan's reaction.
There has
to this.
not been a penalty for drafting in T100 history still.
Oh well, gentlemen, feel safe for tomorrow then. Maybe consider coming with a road bike. No, I mean, happy for Lucy, obviously, and mistakes do happen. So, yeah, it's always better when there's no penalty. And to be honest, the images we're seeing, what we're seeing out there, it's fair racing, and you never want to see an athlete lose 3 minutes. I mean, 3 minutes is a solid chunk of time. So, again, you know, it's not about handing out a drafting penalty for the sake of handing out a card.
Speaking of the men not maybe having to worry about drafting penalties tomorrow, it is an amazing field on this same iconic London race course. And here's a little video to tell you a bit about it.
You may run for a long time, run for a long time, run for a long time. Let me tell you the guys who put you down. Let me tell you the guys who put you
Jan, an amazing women's field as we talked about in the pre-show, but an equally amazing men's field tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing the best of the best come together, but that's what T100 is, right? Whether it's the women's field, men's field, we're always in for a treat. It's something that we previously haven't seen other than at the very big championship races, and that's what makes it so exciting, especially as we move on in the series. This is race number 4, and athletes are now finding themselves in the position that they need the points, whether they need to scratch results, whether they haven't got enough races in yet. And the later on we move in the series, the harder it's going to be for wildcard athletes to get a wildcard to race the best ranked athletes in the world.
If you have a look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we've had 4 races, including London. We've got 4 to come. Ibiza, September 28th. Las Vegas, October 19th and 20th. Dubai in the Middle East on November 16th and 17th. And a World Championship Grand Final that the location, still a secret. We're going to tell you where that is soon enough, but it's on November 29th and 30th.
Oh man, it's going to be exciting.
Just 4 races into this series now, with 4 epic races still to come. But it's brilliant because we are just starting to see the season-long narrative unfold. It needed a few races really for that to get underway, and now we're starting to see the real favourites emerge. And someone like Lucy Charles-Barclay, who is of course ranked at the top of the tree at the moment in the T100 series, and showing exactly why right now as she leads this field. That gap now back to Sophie Colwell's blown out to about 44 seconds, and we know from other athletes who first attempted to do this distance on their first go, they found that around between the 40 and 60 kilometre mark that their legs went from being absolutely fine to all of a sudden really struggling. And that's probably a testament to the fact that the distance that short course athletes race over is 40 kilometres, so that's their distance.
And interestingly enough, what we're seeing here is very similar to Miami. When we saw lap for lap, Lucy is finding her groove. She's going closer and closer to the apex. We see the line that kind of marks the side of the road, and she's coming much closer. She's really getting her groove and making technically the most of this course, and essentially leaving less and less seconds out there.
So we're seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay out in front of the race. Let's have a look an hour and a half into the race at what's unfolded. We saw what she did in the swim. Clearly leading into the race, she had a plan to push the pace. She did that with Sophie Caldwell. She led the entire first lap, let Sophie Caldwell come in front of her for a little bit in the second lap out of the Aussie exit. You can see she took a look at her there and got on her feet, but then about 17 minutes into the swim, she decided to take the rein again and led into transition 1. Straight away on the bike, out of transition 1, she took the lead. Sophie Caldwell was sitting about 40-50 metres behind her until that elastic band did snap, and Lucy Charles-Barclay found herself out in front of the race. The gap to her from the chasers behind, it did get closed, but now, about 40 kilometres into the bike, Lucy Charles-Barclay has managed to maintain that gap. The only person making ground on her right now is Imogen Simmons. Ashley Gentle has dropped back. She got that gap down to a minute. It's out to a minute 22. Lucy Byram, Kat Matthews, Lisa Norden, Laura Phillip and India Lee, they were up at about a minute and 55 seconds behind at one stage. Now that's out to 2 minutes and 12 seconds at the 44 kilometre checkpoint. Lucy Charles-Barclay looked like she might have had women joining her today, but over this sort of 30 to 40 kilometre mark of the bike, she has managed to start extending that gap once again.
Yeah, the only really big mover on that list right now, as you mentioned, is Imogen Simmons, as she's just done the overtake on Sophie Caldwell. So she is now in her own rights into second position there, just behind Lucy Charles-Barclay herself, only 38 seconds down at the 44 kilometre checkpoint. So Imogen Simmons is possibly the only athlete that is going to make it up to Lucy Charles-Barclay on the bike.
So, a scenario I'd never really thought of in my head, but if Imogen Simmons and Lucy Charles-Barclay can work together, what does that add in terms of spice to this race? Even on the run course, could they potentially, you know, spend a few laps setting pace and, well, there's no real wind, but, you know, edging each other on for a good pace? What do you guys think?
Well, I sort of see Lucy Charles-Barclay as too strong a runner for Imogen Simmons on probably 7 or 8 out of 10 days. However, I'm not sure where Lucy Charles-Barclay's run is at the moment, and I'm also not sure where Imogen Simmons' run is at right now. We saw Imogen Simmons have a pretty solid run at San Francisco last time out, coming 4th. So, I mean, I think you might be right, Jan, that if they do manage to work together, they're at least going to take that all the way into T2. There is no way Lucy Charles-Barclay is going to let Imogen Simmons get ahead of her as she just checks out a few athletes on the turnaround point. She will see that they're quite a way behind her now. That was the Emma Pallant-Brown group, so over 4.5 minutes behind, which, you know, speaking of, that's a very, very tough gap for Chelsea Sodaro and Annie Haug and Emma Pallant-Brown to chase to someone of the calibre of Lucy Charles-Barclay. What do you think, Vicky? Do you think that if Imogen Simmons is able to get up to Lucy Charles-Barclay, that they will be able to extend that gap to the chasing group behind of Lucy Byram and Kat Matthews, Lisa Norden and India Lee? And if that does happen, who do you think is the better runner out of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Imogen Simmons?
Well, the first thing to say is I absolutely think that Imogen Simmons is going to catch Lucy Charles-Barclay. I mean, it's the one caveat to that is, has she put everything into that last lap? Because we know that on lap 4, Imogen rode 20 seconds faster than Lucy Charles-Barclay, and she's now only 38 seconds behind. So on that basis, in a couple of laps' time, we're going to see these two athletes together, and providing Imogen is pacing her effort accordingly, then yes, we are going to see them at the front of the race. And yeah, I absolutely think that they're going to put a little bit more time into those athletes behind. Again, it just depends on how tactically savvy those girls behind have been, whether they've been playing a little bit too much cat and mouse and maybe having a bit too much fun with it instead of really just head down and charge for those leaders. And then once we come out onto the bike course, on paper, I'd have to say that it's going to be Lucy Charles-Barclay if you're putting her and Imogen head-to-head. But that's, on paper, means nothing. You know, this is triathlon. The form book can be ripped up at any moment and thrown out the window. And Imogen Simmons has had some really great results in the T100. 4th in San Francisco, of course, most recently. But she had a brilliant performance in Singapore last year as well. And when she's on form, she can put down a really great result. And today would be a brilliant day for her to finally step onto that podium.
So I'm wondering, we've talked about both Ashley Gentle and Chelsea Sodaro changing coaches towards a cycling-focused approach. And what does that mean for Lucy Charles-Barclay and her approach? Because, you know, she has to play her cards accordingly as well. So, you know, if we talked about the options that Lucy Charles-Barclay has, and she's a very aggressive swimmer, she's a very aggressive biker. Taylor Knibb is that good of a swim bike, well, runner as well, but her swim bike combination is really what's blowing these races wide open. You know, how is she changing her approach? Because she will realize that in order to win, which is absolutely her ambition, she will need to take changes as well in terms of her tactics and how she prepares. So again, this could be, you know, a possible philosophy change of focusing more on her run and trying to create a difference there and being able to hold the heels of Taylor Knibb when she's back.
Jan, before the race, we stood out and looked over the swim course, and we were listening to the things that were said, and you said, do you think Imogen Simmons is the best cyclist in the field? And I said, without Taylor Knibb in it, I think she probably is the strongest cyclist. And it really has played out, that conversation we were having, where she is showing herself to be the strongest cyclist in today's race up until this point.
Well, as we look at a side-on shot here, you can very well see as well the change in her setup. I mean, she is aerodynamically fine-tuned a lot of things. We had that conversation earlier about Sophie Caldwell, but she's got a new suit. Her bike setup, I believe, has changed as well. This looks very much like a similar bike setup to what we're seeing from other Canyon athletes, similar to probably, more of a Sam Laidlow position where, you know, they're kind of aerodynamic optimizations taking place. So, yeah, she's playing her strength and taking the race quite aggressively, which is nice to see.
It's funny you say that, because looking at her on that bike, on the Canyon, with the Ryzen suit, she does look very similar to Mika Newt on the bike. Like, setup looks really, really similar and really aggressive, and both absolutely phenomenal cyclists.
As hours are spent in the wind tunnel, and she's got her hair hanging off the back of her shoulder, and I don't even want to think what that's doing to the wind turbulence and the engineers and optimizations going into that. But
think how much faster she would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the thing I'm noticing looking at the split screen we've got here is that as phenomenal a cyclist as Lucy Charles-Barclay is, and this particular image isn't the best one because she's going obviously around a corner, but I felt like there's a little bit of movement from Lucy out on the bike, whereas Imogen is rock solid. There's no sideways movement at all. She's absolutely rock solid. The only thing that's moving is the ponytail and the legs, which they should be. So she looks as aerodynamic as she possibly can be and as strong and stable in that position, whereas from behind here you can see just a little bit of wiggle, a little bit of rock and roll from Lucy, and that, you know, that's possibly making some difference here, and now why we're seeing Imogen just start to reel in Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front of the race.
Interesting there to see Imogen Simmons brush the cameraman back and say, hey, you're getting way too close to me on this roundabout. She sort of sat up and said, get away. I wonder if that was from a safety perspective or a sort of more draft zone perspective.
I don't really think it was that kind of thing. It was just, you saw the way she corners is just something we're not seeing from anyone else right here. This is probably, you know, her living and training in Switzerland, I believe. There's a lot of kind of mountainous passes there where you really, on a day in, day out kind of basis, practice this kind of cornering. But she was really wide. She took an extremely wide swing at the turn and took the corner aggressively without being reckless, and straight afterwards was back into her aero position and pushing good power, even through the roundabouts, which is where we're seeing most athletes actually still go down to their base bars and choose a little bit of a safer option. But exactly as we're seeing on screen here, you can't fault the position. Nothing is moving. Everything is perfectly in place, minus the ponytail. T100 hairdresser salon. That could be a new format we could try previously. just to get the ponytail. Maybe she can get that tip off Lucy Charles-Barclay for the battle braids, and just get to tuck them into her new red suit.
This is something I've grown accustomed to spending time with you on the T100 tour this year, Jan, is that you are a details man. If an athlete has a detail that they're not getting right, the first person to spot it is always you, and then you'll just talk about it until they fix it. So I guarantee that at the next race, Imogen Simmons does not have that ponytail out, as we see her get to 30 seconds behind Lucy Charles-Barclay for the first time today, while all the other gaps have stayed the same, minus Lucy Byram, who does look to have made a move on that Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip, Lisa Norden and India Lee group, which I'm sure we'll get eyes on very soon. But Imogen Simmons, by far the biggest mover today. As we can see here, only 4 places made up as opposed to Laura Phillips' 8. But in terms of time, Vicky, Imogen Simmons is the big mover on today's bike course.
Yeah, she absolutely is now 33 seconds behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. It's not going to be too long before she'll be able to start seeing that distance visibly come down as she'll get closer and closer to the back wheel of Lucy Charles. But, you know, we haven't spoken about Ashley Gentle in a little while, and while she's still maintaining that 4th place out on course, she's stabilised at 1 minute 20 behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. Now, we know the calibre of runner that Ashley Gentle is. We've seen it in virtually every T100 or previously PTO Tour race that she's done. I think she's actually going to be incredibly happy with where things are sitting right now. 1 minute 20 behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. Yes, we can say that, you know, maybe Lucy Charles's run is a little bit unknown at this point, and same with Imogen Simmons. What are they going to be able to produce today? We can be pretty certain what we're going to see from Ashley Gentle. Yes, okay, we maybe haven't seen her very best performance in San Francisco, but we know that she is capable of taking minutes out of these girls, and when she gets going, she really is poetry in motion, and I think she's going to be incredibly happy with where she's sitting right now.
Absolutely, but let's not write off Kat Matthews, who was second in San Francisco. She's currently, you know, 50 seconds behind, which, of course, on paper and statistically, historically speaking, is not enough. But we see some spectators as we come back to the Excel Center, and Imogen Simmons still looking like poetry in motion. And it's a nice position to be in. When you're just off the lead, you can see an athlete in front of you. It just gives you a great target to forget about your numbers. I mean, most of these athletes will be riding according to numbers. Let's see if she can get a bottle.
Oh, 4 missed, and she's earned her hand. Got the 5th though.
Got it. So
5th time lucky.
Yeah, remember there is a no litter zone. I think that's probably just water that they'd be getting from the aid station. She's still got both of her bottles, and she's got nutrition in her frame as well.
Well, at least she doesn't really need her hand too much from from this point forward. Of course, you know, I'm joking. It's never ideal to be racing along with a sore hand, but at least the swim portion is done of the race.
2.
Here we go again.
3. And that's
the one that hurt. Yeah. Got one.
Yeah, picking up on that conversation, Jan, how big a gap does Lucy Charles-Barclay need? How big a gap does Imogen Simmons need? This is an 80-kilometre bike course, 8 by 10 kilometre laps. We're 52 kilometres in. That means we've got 28 kilometres to go. Lucy Charles-Barclay has 1 minute and 18 seconds to Ashley Gentle, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip. To me, that's not enough. To me, she needs Imogen Simmons to get across to her and build a bigger gap, because if this stays at 1 minute and 18 seconds to Ashley Gentle, then that is a dream scenario for Ashley Gentle. And even for Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, if it stays at that, to me, Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip would have taken that 10 out of 10 times going into the race. So, yeah, for Lucy Charles-Barclay's race, she really needs Imogen Simmons to get across to her, and they need to start working together ASAP.
It's interesting though, because the series hasn't really turned dream scenarios into reality yet. Not to take away anything from this race, but we saw Sam Long, for instance, in the men's race in San Francisco. We thought he's got a dream scenario of just being a very similar time gap to what Ash Gentle is seeing right here, and he could never capitalize on it. And it's, it's definitely something where when the racing gets to this kind of level, the beauty is that the athletes roll the different dice every time, and they're the best in the world.
So we are having some technical issues with the GPS in our Race Ranger units. So Race Ranger has been turned off. However, there is 4 technical officials out on motorbikes on course, so they will be manually assessing the race and giving penalties, as has happened in triathlon for 40 years now.
I think it just got too close. I think it got too close to the penalty and they were like, nah, we're shutting it off.
Well, the official line that we're hearing, as much as we like Jan's conspiracy theory, is that because the race started inside, or the bike leg of the race started inside the XL building, they couldn't get a GPS signal, and so unfortunately they couldn't fix that as soon as they got out onto the bike, and that is why Lucy Byram's penalty was rescinded, because they couldn't be sure of the accuracy of that penalty. And it's, you can't give a penalty to someone on a maybe. It has to be accurate. So the athletes out on course are being told by the motos as they ride up beside them that Race Ranger is off, and that they will be manually warned if they are going to receive a penalty.
Oh, I still wish there was a penalty to send a message to the men tomorrow. Maybe at 9 minutes and 49 seconds behind, they need to give one to Laura Madston just to send a message.
Well, yeah, they are working on fixing all these problems that we've just mentioned about for tomorrow, but this is what happens when we're pushing the envelope here. We're trying to do things that haven't been done in triathlon before. We're trying to use technology that's not been trialled in these circumstances, in where the bike leg starts and finishes inside a building. And so we're really trying to, bring triathlon as far forward into the 21st century as possible. And unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't always pay off, but the team are going to be working really hard to try and get it fixed for tomorrow, so that we will have Race Ranger back in action, and maybe Jan will get his penalty at last.
Hey. I'm just sending messages, and the riding has been more than fair. We see another smart little move here from Imogen Simmons. She's on an uphill section where she's going up a bridge, which means that she's going a little bit slower as she opens a compartment that she has in her frame to get a gel out, to get more nutrition again. Again, I'm really impressed with how smoothly she's going around these technical sections, because that doesn't only mean that she carries her speed, it also means she can save some energy not having to accelerate just quite as hard. And, we're 54k into the race, meaning there's about 25, 26 left to go. And I agree, it's about time she closes that gap so they can maximize on gaining as much as possible.
Well, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see someone with Lucy Charles-Barclay at the front of the race. We want a head-to-head. We want that race to really start to unfold in that manner. And I do think it will happen. It's just a matter of time. But Imogen Simmons very much managing her effort to get there, not blowing all the candles out in one go. She's just taking her time to get to the front, and it's now 21 seconds, whereas Sophie Colwell's dropped back to 1 minute 14. That's still a pretty impressive performance for my mind from Sophie Colwell to still be at 1 minute 14 behind the lead at the 54-kilometre checkpoint. She's putting in a more than respectable performance in her debut. And again, Ash Gentle still just holding absolutely rock steady at 1 minute 20. That's a pretty dream scenario, as we mentioned.
And to me, it boils down to expectation, right? We look at Lucy Charles-Barclay and we look at her, the expectation is for her to win every time, right? And that's how she comes out. She does the statement. She wants to win at home. Someone like Imogen Simmons, managing her effort, she would be over the moon with a podium, I believe, right? And if you're racing for a podium, it's a very, very different kind of race that you're doing. You're trying to, you've got a little bit of room for error. Whereas if you're winning, you really have to make sure you try and close it down as soon as possible. I think for Imogen Simmons, that's still a dangerous tactic to play, because she's got Laura Phillip, Ash Gentle, Kat Matthews. She's got some strong runners still behind her. But yeah, again, I think it's a different kind of perspective on coming out and winning a race.
And you can't forget that this is the strongest women's field that we have seen so far in the T100 series. So all of these athletes are more than capable of pretty exceptional performances, and we're just seeing on screen Ashley Gentle go into third position now. She's just overtaken Sophie Caldwell, and it'll be really interesting to see what Sophie does here, because of course she is starting to slide backwards down the ranking a little bit, but she's again going to have to manage her own expectations of what she's capable of doing. She's entering uncharted territory now as she goes further deeper into this race. She's never raced for this long before as we see them go over these speed bumps. I think they're having to be a little bit careful. We know that while they practiced over this course in the previous days, that some of the athletes found that going too fast over these speed bumps meant that they lost water bottles, had a couple of mechanical issues, so they've taken some air out of the tyres. They've got chain catchers on just in case they drop a chain by going over those speed bumps, and I know a lot of them have got sort of this sticky putty around their seat post to make sure it doesn't slip down, as a few of them had encountered that problem when they went over the speed bump. So just a nuance of this course that they're just having to be a little bit careful and probably measure their speed a bit more than maybe they thought when they first attempted it in practice just a few days ago.
If we compare today's race to San Francisco, at this point Ashley Gentle had already lost the race. Her day was done. However, today, 60 kilometres into the bike, we see her in third position. She's working hard. She's at 90% of max heart rate. She's only a minute and 20 seconds down from the lead. This is, in my opinion, Jan, the dream scenario. I think, although she's not at the front of the race and although she wasn't able to stay with Imogen Simmons, I still think Ashley Gentle is in the driver's seat today.
Well, just compare it to Singapore a few weeks ago. I mean, she was losing minutes on the bike to Lucy Charles-Barclay. And this is again a testament to a fresh wind, you know, in her training, also in her approach, and perhaps that little bit of fire in the belly from a misplaced foot in San Francisco. But technically, if you want to compare it race to race, you know, she's riding 3 to 4 minutes better, relatively speaking, than she was in Singapore. So I agree 100%. She's absolutely flying out there.
Yeah, this is a much better race even at this point from Ashley Gentle than we saw from her in San Francisco. But it's again what we touched upon earlier, Jan. You can almost write off a really bad race, a race that's so far from your normal level. You can forget about that, park it. And again, as you said, Jack, you've had the privilege of speaking to her this week, where she's kind of shown a few signs of being a little bit fiery about the fact that people are maybe writing her off after one bad race. And, you know, I think you'd be an absolute fool to have done that in the first place. But I think she's here to prove a bit of a point. And again, Jan, you're completely right. The differences in her between this race and the last race, they can't really be that much. There can't be that much of a physical difference of the new coach. It's going to be mental. At this point, it is a mental, I'm on redemption. I want to show the world that I am still the best athlete. I am the queen of the T100. And on top of that, she's just got this renewed vigour, I think, because she's got a new coach, and it's just a bit of a fresh start for her.
Jan and myself sat down with some athletes leading into the race at the lobby of the hotel, and Kat Matthews and India Lee sat in the seat next to us, and they were joking and laughing and giggling as they always do. And Ash Gentle sat next to us, and she was not angry by any means, but she was serious, and she had this hardened edge to the conversation about her, and it was such a like a polar, like opposite of India Lee and Kat Matthews. And we are seeing out on the race course today, Jan, that Ash Gentle is meaning business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could also just be that you reminded her 5 times of how bad her day was in San Francisco. That probably didn't add to the warmth of conversation. But what I find interesting here, just in terms of gear choice, as we see the split shot between both athletes, we see Ash Gentle choosing a much a less deep front wheel. So she's got a front wheel that would normally be used more on a climber's kind of course. This is probably because it's a little bit more criterium style. There are more acceleration, so a lighter front wheel just makes the bike feel a little bit snappier, a little bit more responsive. They've all got the aerodynamic disc wheel at the back, but Lucy Charles-Barclay was choosing a deeper front wheel. And again, they're just little tactical choices, I think, that athletes use in order to try and get a little bit of an edge.
For the record, I had a coffee with Ash and Josh after that, and Ash actually agreed with what we were saying in the interview and said, no, you're 100% right. I was insert choice word at San Francisco. And
Justifying yourself a little bit there, Jack.
she said it, because I said to her, I said, oh, hey, Ash, sorry about, because we're obviously good friends. I said, sorry about those questions. Jan was playing good cop, I was playing bad cop. And she just agreed. She said, no, I need to be better here this weekend. And to me, that really sort of solidified the fact that she does have fire in her belly.
100%. So we've now got spotters out on the course saying Imogen is only 10 seconds behind Lucy, as Ash has come around here, about to complete, I believe, the 6th lap. And yeah, we're getting to the fiery end of the race. We come back to Ash Gentle, still here, holding a good position. I mean, she looks strong on the bike. She's not as smooth and as controlled as we saw from Imogen Simmons. But I think, again, she's aerodynamically absolutely fine-tuned. In terms of nutrition, she looks like she's fueled in. That could really help the last couple of laps. You know, if you can just avoid taking on extra fluids and slowing down for that kind of extra refueling, that'll probably save you a few seconds and a few 100 watts in effort in terms of having to speed up again. But we saw her earlier with the heart rate sitting at 90%. She's not managing and just sitting there either. You know, she's riding as hard as she can and going well to take more and more of these technical sections in her aerodynamic position, which can be scary because your hands are a little bit away from the brakes, right? So you don't have a chance to react. But we're seeing lap by lap these athletes, you know, this is the first time they're seeing this course. We see the fresh images of Imogen Simmons about to catch Lucy Charles-Barclay, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens in front of the spectators as well, so they're treated.
It's a perfect time to catch up when there's a lot more spectators around. It give you that little bit of extra buzz, that little bit of a cheer as they pass through past the XL again. And you know, what's Imogen's tactic going to be now? She's put all that effort in, she's caught up. Does she catch her breath, or does she just blow straight by, go to the front and say, hey Lucy, let's go, let's try and put a big gap in? And you know, for my money, I wouldn't be surprised to see her go to the front. Maybe yes, as we can see now, she's taking on a little bit of nutrition. But the way she's ridden so far, I think she would be a fool to sit up at this point. I think she's got to push on. That's got to be her tactic, to try and get as much time on some of those gun runners from behind.
So this is the exact opposite of what we're seeing from the Kat Matthews move earlier on. She's taking on as much fuel as she can. She is getting herself ready. You got to remember, Lucy Charles-Barclay is not 100% aware of Imogen being right there. She doesn't have a rear mirror. She has no live timing. She would have seen it on the turnaround. But, you know, this is a tactical advantage for her to get ready to get refueled. I am willing to put money on the fact that she's not going to go to Lucy, tap her on the shoulder and say, hey girl, let's ride together. You know, we can do this. Let's go team. There's no I in team in this case. And Imogen Simmons, I am pretty sure if she has the legs, will blast straight to the front and try and create a gap.
Just out of curiosity, how much money would you be willing to put on?
Are you a betting man, are you?
Not with you, you've got too much money.
That's not supposed to be.
Your 100,000 to my $1.
She definitely put in a little bit of a break there as she took on the nutrition, and now she's back up within the legal distance to Lucy. So yeah, we've just seen Imogen Simmons take on her nutrition. She did take her a few attempts to grab a bottle again, and they must be quite slippery out there, but she's done that, and she's now got herself back up to around 20 metres behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. And I do agree with Jan. I don't think she's going to be sitting here for too long. I think she's just taking in some nutrition, taking in some fluid, and then I think we're going to see her sort of start to go around Lucy and take herself to the front. As we also saw them go over a couple of speed bumps back there. They really are quite aggressive. We've seen athletes today have to be a little bit careful as they go over those, and you know, the mechanic here that helps out all the athletes, as we see Imogen Simmons go straight past Lucy Charles-Barclay, but we know the mechanic has had to do a little bit more work than he maybe thought he was going to have to, just because it's been a bit more of a shock to them than they probably thought it was going to be.
And as we see right now, the scenario playing out we've been waiting for all day. Lucy Charles-Barclay has finally been caught up to and passed by Imogen Simmons. And Jan Frodeno, as always, is right. It's so annoying how often he's right. Goes straight around Lucy Charles-Barclay and puts in an attack. Lucy Charles-Barclay needs to get back to Imogen Simmons' wheel. She cannot let this gap grow. This is her only avenue to winning today's race, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If in this last 20 kilometres they can put in enough time that she has the gap she needs to Ashley Gentle. If she can't get back up, it's a big call, but it's almost day over for Lucy Charles-Barclay.
And the interesting thing here to me, I think a lot of amateur athletes might be able to relate to. We saw Imogen Simmons didn't get out of the aerodynamic position. She went through the roundabout, she just held her speed, she held her effort. Right now we're seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay, even now she's on her bars, so she's out of the aerodynamic position. She's a little bit more upright, meaning that the wind hitting her is causing her to slow down more, whereas we saw Imogen Simmons at the front probably putting in similar power, if not less, and riding away. And that for you, obviously, as an attacker is an ideal scenario. But I think the way things are looking right now, the 20 seconds trend we've been seeing per lap might just continue as is, because already now Lucy's not close enough to really even benefit from seeing Imogen's line. Imogen is taking a more aggressive line, and Lucy wouldn't be able to see it, being as far behind as she is.
This is just such a critical point of the race for Lucy Charles. She's led for so long and she's done so much of it on her own, but she absolutely has to manage that gap now to Imogen Simmons and really use Imogen Simmons and her speed, her power, the line she's taking. As you said, Jan, it would be really hard for her to exactly see where Imogen's taking, what lines she's taking, but she needs to do her absolute best here to get back up to her, to put that gap back up to that sort of 20, 22 metre range, because Imogen is her ticket away from the chasers and she needs a gap. Right now, as good a runner, a good an athlete as Lucy Charles-Barclay is, I don't see her being able to hold on for the victory at a minute 20 or so ahead of Ashley Gentle. This is crucial. This is the moment that she's got to go with Imogen.
And eat my words, I mean, she came around that dead turn, the roundabout, the turnaround at the end there, which is quite tricky because she's taking two very sharp corners, so it's not intended to go with the flow of the roundabout. She's actually cutting it on the inside, which means you have to slow down. And it looked like from the pictures that we're getting that Lucy actually managed to maintain, if not close, a little bit of that gap. So we know she's a fighter. We know her name is synonymous with resilience, and let's not let it be over until Lucy Charles decides it is.
And I know she became a little bit known for coming second at Kona for quite some time, Jan, but I think today Lucy Charles-Barclay won't be satisfied with second or third. I think she wants a victory here at London badly. She hasn't won a T100 race yet. She came second at Singapore. She came second at Miami. And so when I say that if she can't get up to Imogen Simmons, it might be day done, I don't mean that she can't come second or third. I mean that's her avenue to winning this race. And for most people, coming second or third, amazing result, career result. Like Kat Matthews' second at San Francisco, in my opinion, was an amazing result and potentially her best ever result. But for Lucy Charles-Barclay, that is not why she came to London.
No, Lucy, you're absolutely right. We were talking about this being absolutely a crucial point in the race for Lucy if she wants to win. To win this race, she needs a gap off the bike. There are some incredible runners coming from behind her, and she does need that gap. That is not to say, of course, that if she was to come off the bike in this position with this kind of gap, that she wouldn't be able to hold on for a podium result. And, you know, most athletes would be utterly delighted to have a podium result, especially at a series of this quality, but in a field of this calibre. But Lucy Charles-Barclay is no ordinary athlete. She was 4 times runner-up at the Ironman World Championships before she finally won it. She's won the 70.3 World Championships. She's won pretty much every distance you can win, but she's never won one of these.
So we're having a look here at our Garmin Transition 1 times. We saw Anne Reichman was about 6 or 7 minutes behind in the swim. She did manage to make one of those seconds up on Ash Gentle in T1, Jan. We know that you're a T1 and T1 connoisseur, so despite losing the better part of 10 minutes on the swim, very good Transition 1 from Anne Reichman.
Absolutely, and you know, they're the little things that make a difference. What I'm also happy to see is that Lucy Charles-Barclay has been working on her transitions, because they're the ones I've been picking on the most. And Ash Gentle also, you know, she really is of the top contenders. She's the one who puts down the fastest time. As we get images from her right here, going over those speed bumps that make London roads so unique.
Just a dream to ride on. To actually touch on Anne Reichman, we know that she was nearly 7 minutes down out of the water. She's actually only just over 7 minutes down now. So she's done a fantastic job of holding that time gap to the front, and we knew she would be better when it came to the bike and run courses, because that's where her strength lies. But to maintain that kind of gap when she's been completely on her own for a lot of this race is really impressive, and she's actually now no longer in 20th place. She's moved her way up the field, and she's currently in 15th. So that just shows how long a race this is and how many dynamic changes we can have over a distance of this nature.
And in saying that, in 15th, she hasn't really lost much more time to the front runners.
No, none at all, really.
And yeah, again, shows that her swim is her weakness, but she's having a great day out on the bike.
Also shows what room for potential improvement there is for her, someone whose swim is that much weaker than the likes of the other athletes we've got in this field. And of course, these are the very best athletes in the world, and Lucy Charles-Barclay and Sophie Coldwell are two of the absolute best swimmers in triathlon across all distances. So those gaps are exacerbated in a field like this. But for someone like Anne Reichman, I would be going away and thinking, you know what, there is so much room for improvement for me here. If I can just figure out a way to just start improving my swim and coming out the water 6.5 to 7 minutes down, there is a lot of work that she can do there, and that would really put her at the pointy end of these races in the future.
Let's not forget Lucy Charles-Barclay tried to qualify for the 1500 meters in the pool for the Olympics. You know, this is about as good as swimming gets. So for these ladies to all be this close really is a testament of how good they are. As we see Imogen Simmons here again, just poetry in motion. I know she worked on the suit, which has been an aerodynamic update as well. She did struggle more with the black suit, has asked for a change of color in order to be more cooling or try different techniques or technical materials. But just the way she's controlling this bike is amazing to see.
God, it looks good, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah.
Watching a good time trialist with a good TT setup ride a bike is just one of those things that like mesmerizes you a bit. You can just sit back and watch it all day. It's one of the most beautiful images in triathlon.
She would get that sound off the disc as well. You know,
how
whoosh,
good.
Whoosh,
Yeah.
whoosh.
How
That
good.
could be the ultimate triathlon soundtrack for those who are enamored with the sport.
There's no better feeling than when you ride a disc bike, a disc wheel on a TT bike for the first time and hear that sound. It's just like, yeah, that is peak triathlon, that.
She's got a lovely pedaling action as well, the position of her feet too. You know, everything is just working perfectly for Imogen Simmons right now. This is exactly where she will have wanted to be. And of course in San Francisco we saw her lead out the swim, but that was largely current assisted. She was the one who found the current in San Francisco and used it to her advantage. As we see her take another fantastic line around that corner, you know, she's using every inch of the road there to her advantage, and that's exactly how she gets free speed there. You know, she does that well. She can take another 2-3 seconds out of the people behind her, and it costs her nothing in terms of energy. And those are the sort of gains, sort of marginal gains that are just really useful in a race like this. Probably not race defining, but just really useful to be able to carry that speed around those corners.
And she has extended that gap to 10 seconds in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay, Jan. So I think that kind of indicates to me that Ash Gentle and Laura Phillip and India Lee and Kat Matthews, they are 100% in this fight, and things are going to fire up on the run.
Absolutely, although the Phillip, Lee, Matthews, Norden group has split up a bit, as we're getting images of India Lee, T100 Miami winner, 2.5 minutes off the lead, 2:24. So it's gone out a little bit again. They've sort of come back a little bit on Lucy Charles-Barclay, but again, some some distances that are probably too big to be optimal, to benefit from each other.
And we saw Kat Matthews wave Laura Phillip before and say, well, if you don't want Lucy Byram to get up the road, you're going to have to fill this gap in. And it's played out like that. Lucy Byram was able to get away in 5th position there and has almost caught Ash Gentle and Sophie Caldwell. And Laura Phillip is the one that's in front of this group with India Lee close behind. And Kat Matthews has actually lost almost 10 seconds to India Lee, which could indicate that what Kat Matthews said in her piece to camera might be true, and she isn't quite in the form that she was in at San Francisco. Obviously has had a really big calendar with 2 Ironman victories, and so maybe experiencing a bit of fatigue here.
A technical detail that we're getting to see, I think another testament to the London roads, is you can see very clearly on screen here the white lines across India Lee's bottles. They'd be rubber bands so that the bottles don't get lost. That's a little trick. I mean, there is something such as a littering penalty, of course, which is a bit ironic, quite frankly, in London. But but that being said, you don't want to lose the nutrition, and yeah, India Lee making doing little things right.
I really want to do like a video leading into the next T100, hard truths with Jan Frodeno.
Well, yeah.
I think a big thing we're seeing here in London, Jan, as opposed to maybe say Miami earlier in the year, is we have a massive crowd watching this race. I think they've counted at almost 5,000 people here on race course today, which I know isn't the 100,000 you might get at a Tour de France, but it's a massive live crowd for a triathlon.
It is, and I came here with the London Underground, and the amount of time trial bikes, so participants that I saw coming to the race, checking in, getting their race numbers, was startling. I mean, every carriage seemed to have at least 3 or 4 TT bikes, and this triathlon here seems to have really caught on in the local community. People speak about it. It's a big deal. Tomorrow is obviously the big age group day where all the age groupers will be out on course, but Great Britain having such a strong triathlon history, I feel yeah, I'm probably not the right one to talk about it, but I will never forget running, frankly, behind the Brownlee brothers in the 2012 Olympics. They were, you know, a minute or so ahead, and you just heard the bubble of noise move with them. People are passionate about sport in this country, and people are passionate about triathlon, and it's fantastic to see. As much as I love racing overseas, in terms of triathlon, Europe does things pretty well.
Yeah, we do love a big major sporting event in this country, and it's something that ever since 2012 we've sort of prided ourselves on doing quite well, I think, and the support that is always out there on these courses. Whenever there's a triathlon in the UK, you can usually bank on there being a pretty good amount of support out there. And we also we love triathlon. You know, it's been one of the, if not the fastest growing sport in this country for many, many years now. I think we did about 10 years in a row where it was the fastest growing sport in the UK, and that's just a real testament to the addictiveness, I guess I would say, of trying to perfect all 3 sports and transitions and your nutrition all on one day. It's a really addictive game, and you know, the London 2012 Games really catapulted triathlon to another level in this country. Of course, we had some real success there with both Alistair and Johnny Brownlee, 1st and 3rd that day, and we'll be lucky enough to see Alistair race tomorrow, and I'm sure racing in London holds a huge amount of special memories for him. It's really what projected him from being a superstar in the triathlon world to being a superstar outright within the UK. You know, I think if you asked a general public member whether they know who Alistair Brownlee is, a lot of them would actually say yes, whether they know triathlon or not, and that's off the back of his success at London 2012 Olympics. And this race here at the XL Centre has been in existence for a couple of decades now. It's been here for a long time. It predates, of course, the Olympic Games, and a race that I did very, very early on in my career, and many of the other athletes that we're seeing here. I think it was one of India Lee's first ever races as well here at the London Excel Centre. So it's been the breeding ground of a lot of our young athletes and our elites as they've come through. So we're seeing both Kat Matthews and India Lee, two of our British athletes on home soil here, hopefully reaping the rewards of having a really passionate and vocal home crowd behind them. And of course, as we know, we've spoken about it already, these two great training partners and great friends as well, and I think they'll be happy to be out on course together.
And we did see this gap to Kat Matthews extend to 10 seconds. She has managed to bridge it back across and get on the back of India Lee here. Laura Phillips still with them. Obviously Lucy Byram up the road now. They have dropped Lisa Nordham. We know she just won her national time trial championships. However, not quite strong enough in today's race to stay with Kat Matthews, India Lee and Laura Phillips. This group right here, Jan, is a very dangerous group. India Lee obviously ran her way to victory in Miami. Kat Matthews had a very, very strong run in San Francisco, and Laura Phillips has been known for a run for the better part of a decade now.
Look at these two, they're like peanut butter and jelly. They're just hanging out together. They're always having a little chat to each other. If I'm not mistaken, we're just ahead of the nutrition feed zone again. So yeah, let's see what Kat Matthews is doing here. Again, interesting to see if she's, you know, banking on her run strength or whether she is just going through the ups and downs that sometimes happen after a long season of racing. But we had the leaderboard on there for a long time talking about the British history. I mean, a quarter of the field is British. We've got 5 British athletes in this, amongst the 20 world's best. You know, that kind of speaks volumes within itself.
And that's with one of them currently out being pregnant as well. So that's another athlete we have in Holly Lawrence, who's not racing here today for, you know, fairly obvious reasons. I think she's in her final trimester now, so we wish her well, but I'm sure we'll see her back on this circuit next year as well. So yeah, you know, we've got strength in depth here in the UK, and there are a lot of athletes who could deliver on today's course, but right now delivering on today's course, wetting her ponytail as
just
she
sticking it to the suit.
Yeah, that's it, making it more aerodynamic, sticking it down, is Imogen Simmons, who so far is having a pretty fantastic day, and again just straight back into that aerodynamic position. So she took that drink, sat up for a second, now she's back down on the aero bars, and again everything is just stable. It's poetry to watch, and yet extending that lead over the rest of the field.
Tactically smart again, taking on nutrition on the slowest part of the course, and then getting nice aero and slippery to the wind, picking up speed.
And she has extended this gap, 16 seconds to Lucy Charles-Barclay now, 1:42 to the Lucy Byram and Ashley Gentle group, who have dropped Sophie Caldwell. We are seeing that Sophie Caldwell's bike wasn't quite up to scratch today, and this is a big talking point in triathlon right now. We've got the Olympics on as we speak, basically, and there's this big question, well, when the short course athletes come across, will they dominate? How will they go? A lot of people think they'll come across and just transition straight away, but what we're seeing in middle distance and long distance triathlon right now is that the bike is such a high level. Sophie Caldwell is known in short course as a strong cyclist. She's often the person on the front of the bike, pushing the pace, closing gaps, extending gaps, getting in breakaways. But today, she's 2 minutes behind Imogen Simmons. And yeah, even Ashley Gentle and Lucy Byram went around her, and she clearly didn't have the answers for it.
I think there's a couple of points to mention there. I think firstly, if you asked any of the short course athletes, I don't think any of them would say that they're just going to hop across to this middle distance, this T100 series, and dominate it. Whilst they obviously want to have a go at it, I've spoken to many of them who are really excited to have a go at this distance. I don't think any of them are saying, "Oh, give me a shot and I'm going to wipe the floor with everyone." You know, they're not so arrogant as to think that that's just going to happen. And then when we come back to Sophie specifically, she's had really limited time to prepare for this, and given everything that's been going on in her life recently with missing out on the Olympic Games and the heartache that sort of comes with that, she's openly admitted she's missed a lot of training. She's not been able to sort of get ahead in the game as quickly as maybe she would have needed to be a real factor in this race today. But personally, I think to only lost so far just over 2 minutes to the lead in this race, as they're coming, and they're on the final lap now, so she's coming into the final lap of the bike, I think that's actually pretty impressive. I don't think, with the time she's had, with the amount of time she's had to prepare for this, I think if she comes off the bike in that 2 to 2.5 minute range behind, I think she'll be quite pleased.
Yeah, as we see Laura Philipp here, she came a little bit closer. She came within 2 minutes of the lead. She's back to 3 minutes, which feels like it's exactly where she came out of the water. But closing the discussion on Sophie there, we saw similar things from Flora Duffy and even Hayden Wild, you know, when they made the transition. Flora Duffy obviously being infamous for being a very, very strong rider and setting the pace. They struggled at the later stage of the race.
London, we've got 4,500 athletes competing on Sunday in the age group race. If you want to be a part of it in 2025 and race on this iconic course with a huge field, then get your phone out, get your camera out, get yourself on that QR code. There's only a limited number of pre-sale entries available right now. It's going to be on August 2nd to 3rd. 2025. So get that in your diary now. Get the QR code up on your screen. This is a chance to save 45% off the entry fee on various distances. So get into that early. It's sold out this year. It definitely will again next year. With 4,500 people out there this year, they'll definitely want to come back. So make sure you get in early, save yourself lots of money, and become part of this iconic race.
This almost looks photoshopped. I mean, it looks fantastic. It's such an amazing day here in London that we're seeing. What do you guys think? Should we do a commentator's relay?
Okay, who would do what?
I think we have to ask Jack first as to which leg he's going to take.
No, I think we should decide where we can lose the most time and then put Jack in that position.
Yeah, London can be pretty spectacular when it's shown in the right angles, can't it? That's Canary Wharf in the background.
Ashley Gentle, she currently sits in 4th position. She's working with Lucy Byram about 2 minutes down from the lead group. Let's have a look at her day today. She started in the swim, raced really aggressively. She was the one leading the Imogen Simmons and India lead group in 3rd position behind a rampaging Lucy Charles-Barclay. She then went to the front of the chase group. Imogen Simmons came around her, helped her out. Ashley Gentle stayed for a while before getting gapped. Imogen Simmons got her way to the front of the race, but Ashley Gentle held tough. She caught up to a dropping back Sophie Caldwell to again re-establish herself in 3rd position, about 1 minute and 24 seconds back from the lead at that point. And she now finds herself working with Lucy Byram in 4th place at 1 minute and 47 seconds behind. If you have a look at the standings right now with 3 kilometres to go on the bike, we have Imogen Simmons out in front. Lucy Charles-Barclay, she's back 19 seconds. Like I just talked about, Lucy Byram and Ashley Gentle at about 1 minute and 35 and 1 minute and 47 seconds behind respectively. Sophie Caldwell continues to drop back down the field at 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind. I think that 1 minute and 47 seconds behind for Ash Gentle is perfect and puts her in the driver's seat in today's race. She's the one to watch out for. We then have that really strong chase group of Laura Philipp, Kat Matthews and India Lee. All in their own rights, great runners. We've seen Kat Matthews run this year. We've seen India Lee's run at Miami, and Laura Philipp never has a bad day on the run. They managed to get a bit of a gap on Lisa Norden, who, like we've talked about, is a national time trial champion, and that was only recently. And although she's had a really tough year this year, which if you want to hear about, we did it in the PTO lobby chat on YouTube, a really inspirational story and tough story, but great to see her back out here today. And then we've got the big gaps. From 10th to 20th place, those gaps have really blown out. Amelia Watkinson and Chelsea Sodaro working together, 7 minutes behind. They're joined by Tamara Jewett, Emma Pallant-Brown and Annie Haug. Annie Haug was someone who a lot of fans thought was being overlooked in today's race. Why are not more people talking about Annie Haug? Well, coming off her amazing performance at Challenge Ross, she finds herself 7 minutes and 9 seconds behind. That's too much. She cannot win today's race, even though she's such a good runner. The big question is, how far can she run into this field? She never misses podiums. Will today be the day she finally misses a podium? Let's have a look at her day today.
Top 10 girls are lining up, so I mean, everyone can win this race. So I think it will be a really fight. And there are a lot of British girls which are extra motivated. I know what a home race means to yourself and what kind of extra power it can create. Yeah, I hope just for a very tight and exciting race. It's difficult because everyone expects me always to have the fastest run, and it's quite a bit of pressure, and honestly I expect it for myself as well, but I'm a human and not a machine, so I can just give my best, and triathlon is always a very complex sport, and every discipline before has an impact on your run, so if you have to go really deep on the bike, that will influence your run and your run speed. But yeah, I mean, that's how I race. I was my whole life a chaser, and I think I will be until I'm finished. So yeah, I have to rely on my run, and I hope I can pull out a good performance on Saturday. But it will be my first really test, because I haven't done any like speed race this year. So I think you need pressure and you need the very strong field to pull out your best performance, because otherwise you never know what you're capable of, because racing is the only test you have a year to see where do I stand, and it's always something you're a bit afraid of because you're faced with the pure truth. I mean, you can't fool yourself in training or have any excuses. That's where it counts and where you have to lay all your cards on the table, and it's always like, yeah, exciting.
Well, if I could, I would buy tickets to that run battle between the 5 ladies, wedged between 9th and 14th position. I mean, there are some stellar runners who have put out amazing performances. We've had the statistic handed to us that Anne Haug hasn't been on the podium. The last time that happened was 2018.
Last time she missed a podium.
Yeah, Ironman Frankfurt. Last time she missed a podium.
That's an incredible stat,
so
isn't it?
let's not count her out. I mean, yeah. I think the race at the moment, from what we've seen and what the gaps that we've seen be closed in these kind of conditions, we could be in for a real treat.
We're in the middle of a great race here at T100 London. The men are here tomorrow. Let's have a look.
You may run for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Let me tell you the guys who put you down. Let me tell you the guys who put you
As we're back looking at the standings, where do you guys... Let's get some predictions. Let's get some glass balls out.
Okay, I'll predict a podium.
All right.
Oh, we've got the images back. We've got eyes on Lucy Charles-Barclay. They're at the 80-kilometre checkpoint. That means they're just about to come into transition 2 onto the run.
It's like we almost saved the predictions there. Jana just said it. You know, should we go to predictions? Should we start? Should we get into that? And then, no, sorry, we're back in the race, so the predictions are not happening just yet.
Oh, might be back to Indian curries for me for dinner rather than glass shards, which is normally what I tend to eat when I look at the crystal ball.
Give us a prediction, Jan. Give us something to keep us entertained. We've seen Imogen Simmons just entering into T2 here. Jan, you know what I do at T2 every time we're at one of these races. It's on you. You are our resident T2 expert.
All right, as we see Imogen Simmons take a little climb. So this is a little bit of a technical section that we haven't actually seen.
Yeah, this is the ramp right back up into the Excel Centre. So that little sort of tunnel they just went through, that was underneath the Excel Centre. So now she's going up the ramp on the other side. As she'll come round here to the left, she'll then take another left at the end, and that will lead her into the Excel Centre for transition.
This is a crazy T2. Like we saw, was that like a little you know, street cleaner that just was in front of her that went off to the left?
I think it might have been, yeah. So it's basically the access ramp for all the lorries that come into the Excel Centre here to bring in all the goods and stuff.
I mean, the venue is absolutely crazy. They had Formula E here a few weeks ago, and now we're about to see a transition and the first athlete come in. Here we go, off the bike, and no infringements. Nobody wants to waste the time here. Don't want to start with penalties now. Look at these new racking options where athletes can safely store their bikes. She is into her run shoes, like all athletes these days, choosing carbon shoes. Ash Gentle also a few meters away from the red dismount line. Remember, if they touch that, sorry, Ash Gentle, she's Lucy Charles-Barclay, I'm losing my mind. And making sure she doesn't incur a penalty. She obviously goes back to the first spot, racking her bike from the wrong side. Lost a couple of seconds there. Putting on her second socks.
We saw that Imogen Simmons already had her socks on, so that definitely saved her a couple of seconds there, whereas Lucy's got to put those on now.
Absolutely, but I mean, that's, yeah, the kind of short course tricks that you take along, right, where it's that much more crucial. But fleet-footed, I would say.
She looks good at the minute.
She looks good right now, running out.
She doesn't look like she's just obliterated the field over 80 kilometres in perfect time trial position. She looks smooth and fresh.
And the next thing I'm noticing here is that she's taking her time, putting on all the extras. She's put on a watch, she's putting on a headband, she's getting herself ready as she is running, right? So athletes sometimes choose to do that at their transition spot, as we see.
Lucy Byron. That's Lucy Byron, yeah, she's rode her way up into third place, so she really was the big mover in the last probably 20 kilometres of the bike course. We saw Imogen Simmons get to the front, but then beyond that, there was Lucy Byron moving her way steadily up the field, and she's now in transition as well.
Putting on socks as well. You find that 18-kilometre distance is just a little bit too long to run without socks. I mean, you tend to have to fight with blisters. It's obviously a very hot day here, and we see the heels of Ash Gentle, wondering who else is going to get to see those heels.
How good is this crowd? We've never had a crowd like this at a T100 event.
Yeah, it happens every time we have the London Triathlon. It is one of the unique features. We keep mentioning it, this transition, this finish that happens inside the Excel Centre, and it really does allow the crowds to build. They've got all the facilities and amenities around them right there, so it's actually a pretty cool place to hang out, and you can watch the race from there as well with big screens up. So yeah, it really does help to build some atmosphere to this race.
So we've got Ash Gentle here, 1 minute and 55 seconds down at the end of the bike into T2. Imogen Simmons looks amazing. I've never seen Imogen Simmons exit a T2 at front of the race looking this good. I'd heard stories that her training was going really well before this, and it does seem like they are true. I don't know. I didn't think Lucy Charles-Barclay looked that good out of T2. I thought she looked like she might have been suffering a little bit compared to Imogen Simmons. So, I mean, the big talking points now, as we saw the Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip group come into T2, are who is going to have the legs on today's run. It's 25 degrees, it's about 50% humidity, it's not crazy conditions. Ashley Gentle at 2 minutes behind Imogen Simmons. Before the race, we might have thought that's not enough. Ashley Gentle will run into that. That's the big story to watch unfold. But right now, early into the bike, Imogen Simmons is flying.
She is full of bounce, you know, and as much as I've seen Imogen Simmons race, and I've seen her put in some pretty good performances, I've never seen her look like this. I've never seen that bounce in her stride. And you know, Lucy Charles-Barclay does look to me like she's running a little bit better than she was in those first few meters out of transition, but she's holding her shoulders quite high, you know, she's holding a bit of tension there, so she needs to relax those a little bit, I think, to find a bit more free speed as she continues through the run.
India Lee, past champion, running out here. Interesting, I thought, was that that Lucy Charles-Barclay is running with a bottle already. I mean, that's early days. We see the same from Kat Matthews, but this is one that she would have picked up from one of the aid stations, dropping it there as we get eyes back on Lucy, who seems to have lost that bottle now. So she obviously just took it on and took on her nutrition. You can see she's got a gel that she's kind of placed readily accessible.
Yeah, she will have undoubtedly dropped that bottle in one of the littering zones, so that's another nuance that the athletes have to abide by. The bottles or gel wrappers have to be discarded during a designated littering zone, or they will receive a penalty. As we got eyes on Lisa Norden now coming in. Now, she was riding with that group of Kat Matthews, Laura Phillip and India Lee, but she lost a fair bit of time towards the end of that bike section now, as we're seeing her 4 minutes and 28 seconds down as she heads out onto the run course. But back with Imogen Simmons at the front, and I know we are super early on in this run course, but right now I am incredibly impressed with what I'm seeing. She looks incredibly smooth, fresh and bouncy.
What am I watching with Imogen Simmons? Like, she's a great athlete. She's had great results. Think back to Singapore last year and 70.3 world champs last year, and then again at San Fran. But this is a new Imogen Simmons. I've never seen. I've watched her race for years. I've never seen her run like this out of T2.
Well, we spoke about the form book earlier and how it's pretty easy to rip that up on any given day, but with the form book that we had, we were looking at there being a differential between Imogen and Lucy of around 4 minutes on this run course in Lucy's favour. That is not going to happen today.
Doesn't look like it.
The way that Imogen has started this run is with serious intent, and unless she's gone out on an absolute kamikaze mission, we're going to see something pretty special from her today.
Well, if you look at this camera, you can't even see Lucy Charles-Barclay. The beautiful thing about this run course, it's 6 by 3 kilometre loops. It's out and back, so it's about 1.5k out, about 1.5 kilometres back along the river. You get eyes on your competitors everywhere, so as soon as you turn around at the far end and come back, you just get to see everyone, and you can sort of look at your watch and compare time splits and see how far in front you are, and you just see this is the far end turnabout. So this is about 1.4 kilometres into the run, roughly it is. And so now Imogen Simmons gets a chance to look at everyone, and what she's going to see here, Jan, is going to excite her and motivate her, because she's extended this gap significantly.
It absolutely looks like it. I mean, she's got great form. Considering she was the only lady to ride under 2 hours for this technical 80k bike course, it is phenomenal as we, in the background, see Lucy Charles-Barclay coming around her first turnaround. But she, for the moment, Imogen Simmons, is in a league of her own. And funny enough, someone said to me before the race, I have a feeling she's going to go great. And I absolutely did not have her on my cue sheet, to be very honest.
She wasn't on my podium list, but right now it'd be hard to take her off the podium list. But they are now on that return leg of this really straight out and back course. And having been down there on the course, as we see Ashley Gentle fly in the other direction, she does look good. This way back into the Excel Centre, there is a slight headwind, so it's not ginormous, it's not a really, really big factor, but it is something that it's big enough for you to notice. So when I was out there on the course this morning, I definitely noticed that there's a little bit of a breeze as they head back to the Excel Centre.
And would you think it's maybe at this stage something that's comforting? We see everybody's got their race suits wide open, so the perceived temperature must be quite high. Is that something that you would have enjoyed? I mean, I personally always found mind-boggling, because I just always thought of speed that I'm losing, right? I always want to be as fast as possible, but having a little bit of a fresh breath of air in your face could be helpful.
Yeah, we're just seeing this next larger pack coming into transition. That's Amelia Watkinson, who's just taking her aid with her as she heads out into the run. But, you know, I think it varies athlete to athlete how they feel with that heat out on course, and whether it's worth the marginal gains of having the suit done up versus the feel and the cooling effect of having the breeze. Personally, I never often felt too hot during a race. I often feel very, very hot at the end of a race. But I think there's something about the racing mentality and how you feel at that moment in the race when you're just sort of, everything else is blocked out and you're just doing what you've got to do and you're trying to be the best you can be. I don't really ever find that I'm actually really struggling, and I have raced in some fairly hot and humid conditions over the years, and usually I'm absolutely fine till I hit the finish line, and then you really feel it.
So we had eyes on Annie Haug there, Emma Pallant-Brown. They're almost 8 minutes behind. It's a massive gap. I think it's going to be fun to sit back and watch how many minutes those two can run into the field and where they do end up. But the podium looks like a very hard ask. I think with Imogen Simmons looking great here, and maintaining that gap to Lucy Charles-Barclay behind at about 30 seconds, it's going to be interesting to see, can she maintain this, or the fact that she came into T2 in the lead, did it motivate her and excite her too much and she's gone a little bit too hard too early?
Well,
the big mover so far is Ash Gentle. She's only 1 minute and 38 seconds down from the lead. She was 1 minute and 55 seconds down into T2, so she's already made up over almost 20 seconds on Imogen Simmons. Jan, are we seeing a repeat of Singapore all over again?
That could be, despite the fastest runner on course actually currently being Kat Matthews. She put 6 seconds into into Ash Gentle in the first K. And I have to say, she's moving well, but we've seen more fluid movements from her. I mean, she's catching Lucy Byram right here. Things are looking good. But her shoulders, she looks... Yeah, she doesn't look like she's easing along.
Yeah, she's currently run the first kilometre in 3 minutes 39 seconds, and we know with Ash when she's absolutely flying and when she's firing and she's really, really on form, she'll be around 10 seconds a kilometre faster than that. And she's not quite got there yet. Now that's only a split from the first kilometre into the race, so give her a chance, you know, to sort of get into it and really find her legs.
She only has a minute and a half to close as well.
she's got time to play with, but yeah, we're not seeing the absolute best from Ash yet, but she doesn't need the absolute best.
Well, we're just a bit over 2 kilometres into the run, and she has put over 30 seconds into Imogen Simmons. So if you extrapolate that, you know, just a bit over 2K, times that by 9, yeah, we could see a big win from Ashley Gentle here if that trend continues. Ash Gentle and Kat Matthews at the 2 kilometre mark have ran it in exactly the same pace. They've both gone through 2 kilometres in 7 minutes and 19 seconds. Imogen Simmons went through in 7 minutes and 43 seconds. So right now it does look like Ashley Gentle and Kat Matthews are going to work their way through this field. How long is it until Ashley Gentle gets to the front? I think that's the only question to ask. It's not if, it's when.
Yeah, and with stats like that, it's hard to look beyond Ashley Gentle making it to the front of the race and Kat Matthews not being too far behind. And wouldn't it be great if we could see those two battle it out side by side as we get deeper into this run course? But Imogen Simmons is back into the Excel Centre. That is 1 lap of her 6 completed. So with it being a really straight out and back course with just a slight bit of headwind on the way back, the only other nuance to this run course is that they have to come up that ramp that we saw them ride up at the end of the bike leg, admittedly at the other end of the Excel Centre, but they have to come up that ramp each lap as they run through, and then Imogen will double back on herself now and probably see Ashley Gentle some point on her way up the ramp.
Ashley only a minute and 26 seconds behind Imogen Simmons now, so she really is eating into that gap, and we are seeing Imogen Simmons still run faster than Lucy Charles-Barclay, 2.5 kilometres into the run here.
But Ash has definitely changed her fluidity now. She's looking light-footed, and she's flying up this climb, and yeah, definitely looks like the mountains of Andorra, where she's been preparing, have helped her build some strength and helped her carry some speed for the climbs, as she looks absolutely relentless. I mean, she looks like she really, really wants to dominate, and it's coming out with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, I think she looks really good here. I don't see any signs of her fatiguing or looking poor here. I just think this is how Ashley Gentle looks when she's running well, and the time she's putting into everyone sort of shows that she is now officially the fastest runner out on course.
Bar Tamara Jewett.
Sorry, in the top 10.
Yeah, of course. So.
Tamara Jewett's just run away to the top 10.
Oh, she's into 10.
She's in 10.
We're just going to keep picking holes in you here, Jack. But you know, Tamara Jewett, of course, is a bit further down the field. She was 7 minutes and 40 down, but she did run her first kilometre in 3:22. Now that is absolutely flying. I don't think even someone of the calibre of Tamara is that she could continue at quite that pace for the entire 18K. But hey, go and prove me wrong, girl. I'd love to see it.
And still, Imogen Simmons looking good. I mean, she, again, would have hoped of a podium here, and this would be a dream that I think is fueling her pace a little bit as well. And good on her, taking the race on the scruff of the neck and leading.
Ash Gentle just heading down the ramp as she starts onto lap 2, and I completely agree. I think we're starting to see her find a little bit of rhythm now. And that's Kat Matthews, who is on the charge. Currently in 5th place, but I think she's going to catch a couple of those in front of her, and I think she's going to be challenging for a podium position pretty soon. Quick check of the watch as she goes through after lap 1.
Yeah, Kat Matthews losing 10 seconds over about the last 2K to Ashley Gentle. So still running very well compared to everyone else, but Ash Gentle does seem to be running a bit faster. Kat Matthews with the home crowd, and it is a big crowd that love her here in London. She does seem to have been getting one of the bigger receptions all week here at London.
Yeah, it's nice to see her enjoying that. I mean, it was early on the run course to be giving out a quick high five and stuff, but you know, it's whatever gets you through, and if she's really enjoying it and enjoying having friends and family here, then you know, more power to her.
Yeah, she's a sociable, kind of bubbly character, right? I mean, wherever I see her, she's out there, and you know, always. Her husband's obviously more well known in the scene for chatting things up, but she always looks like she's happy to have a good time, as shown in our chat with her and India Lee.
Keep pushing, that's it.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay now, I can't even see her really behind Imogen Simmons as Imogen keeps her foot on the floor here, foot to the pedal to the metal, I think is the phrase I was looking for there. But yeah, still got a lovely stride there, not really showing any signs of it falling apart at this point. It's all forward motion for her right now, and I know she's going to understand that there are athletes coming behind who have got incredible run speed, and she's going to be under no illusions about the pace that's going to be on behind her, but there's nothing she can do about that other than run her race at this point. She can run the pace that she can run. She's obviously feeling confident about that pace, and I think we're going to see her run a time significantly better than we've seen from her in the other T100 races so far. I think she's going to put down a career best 18 kilometers. But yeah, she can't really spend too much time worrying about what's going on behind her, because if Ashley Gentle is capable of running 10, 12, 15 seconds per kilometre faster than her, then she's going to do that. There's nothing that she can do about that, but all she can do is just keep focusing on herself, try and keep everything as stable as possible, keep that bounce that we're seeing from her there, make sure she takes on the nutrition and the fluids at any opportunity she gets, and just see where that ends her up at the finish line today.
We did see Ash Gentle pass Tamara Jewett there, and Ash Gentle ran kilometre 2 faster than Tamara Jewett, so taking back over second by second.
Look at these heart rates now. So now we're on the run. It's not unexpected for us to see the heart rate start to spike. You wouldn't usually see them go super high on the bike, but on the run, that is where it's more of an all-body exercise anyway. So in general, your heart rate does tend to be a little bit higher on the run than it does on the swim or bike portions of the triathlon. But we're seeing Ashley Gentle holding hers at around 90% of her maximum, and Imogen Simmons even higher than that at 93%. So that just shows you how hard she's working at the moment.
As they are both passing lapped athletes, Marjolaine Pierre here on your left in the screen. And I always found it such an exciting time within your inner dialogue in a race, right? Because I mean, these athletes here, we're seeing the stats, we're seeing these numbers, but remember, they don't have them, and in their head they're trying to analyze their competitors. They're thinking about how far it is to go. He's like, okay, I've got 5 laps to go, 4.5 laps to go. How much of a gap have I got? How much can I lose? Forever and a day, I was doing calculations in my head. I think every athlete has different ways of coping with the pressure in this moment of seeing each other, but absolute blue steel kind of straightforward look as they passed each other there. Imogen Simmons is focused, and I really wonder how she's dealing with this pressure that's being built up slowly but surely from behind.
Well, that's it. The longer the race goes on, the longer you maintain that lead, and the closer that you get to the finish line. There's an internal battle going on between a little bit of excitement about what you might be able to do and the pressure to just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Because for Imogen, she's in relatively uncharted territory now, leading this race, and she needs to keep going in exactly the same manner as she's doing. And she'll know, as we've said already, she'll know Ashley Gentle's coming. Ashley Gentle now at 1 minute and 4 seconds behind her, but she's putting time into Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's putting time into Lucy Byram. Kat Matthews still at 2:28, so she's holding pretty steady to Kat Matthews now as well. Kat's initial speed has sort of dropped off just a little bit at this point. So Imogen Simmons, knows she's in with a fantastic chance of a podium result at the very least, but she's just got to keep it together, and this is where that internal dialogue with the pressure she has to maintain herself, maintain strong with that, and just ride off probably the excitement of the fact she's leading this race.
And we talked about this earlier in the race, Jan, that Imogen Simmons' swim was 4th, ride was 3rd, and when Ash Gentle went past her on the bike, we talked about how Ash won't be worried about riding with her because her run is 13th, and Ash Gentle's the number 1 ranked runner in the field. She's outperforming that ranking right now.
Yeah, I feel a little bit for Torsten now, our numbers man who's been feeding us gaps and splits, and he's doing so well, and he's just going off past performances, right? That this is what the numbers show. But it's almost like it's become a thing for athletes to prove him wrong. And he's going out, and I love it. I mean, that's what you should do, right? You got to find something that edges you on. I'm not sure Imogen would even be aware of these numbers, but if she is, she'll be toasting to Torsten and enjoying the fact that her run ranking is currently going up.
It's going to skyrocket after this race if she keeps going in the way that she's going, but that's exactly what the form book's there for, right? It's there to be rewritten at any moment in any given race, and breakthrough races like this, like we're seeing from Imogen Simmons, especially as we've said, the way she's running, are the days you live for as an athlete. You know, it's hard to make gains and improvements when you're already one of the very best in the world and you're maximised. So to have a day where you put a massive chunk into where your performance has been before, those are the days you live for.
The number 1 ranked runner in the field. We've just seen Ashley Gentle get within 1 minute of the lead for the first time on the run. Keep in mind, only 5 kilometres ago she was 1 minute and 55 seconds behind Imogen Simmons. So 5 kilometres into the run, she's run 1 minute into it. She's got 1 more minute to get to the front with 13 kilometres to go.
And I think the stat that was upsetting her the most is that she's currently ranked 2nd in the world. So I think she's vying for that top spot and looking to be the first repeat winner that we would have seen on the T100 World Series. 4 races in, and it's been a surprise or a different winner every single time.
Same in the men as well. We've had 6 winners, 3 female, 3 male, of course, and up until this point, a different winner every time. And as you correctly said, Jan, today could be the day that Ashley Gentle is the first repeat winner that we have.
Don't discount Imogen. She's not there yet. I mean, imagine that. Small miracles have happened. Imagine we have 4 different winners. That will be quite something.
Taylor Knibb with 2 PTO/T100 wins. Ashley Gentle with 4. No man has won more than 1. If Ashley Gentle can win today, and 5 PTO/T100 wins, when the only other person to win multiple is Taylor Knibb with 2, that would be, yeah, quite simply insane, and cement herself as the queen of the T100 distance.
Well, that's right, we do dub her the queen of this distance, because for a little while there she seemed almost unbeatable, but even on the days where she has been beatable, she's inevitably come 2nd, with the small blip, if you like, of the San Francisco race. So she's always there or thereabouts, but it's fantastic to see someone like Imogen Simmons taking it to her and really making her work for it. If Ashley wants to win this race, which we all know she does, she's gonna have to keep her foot down. There's no easing up here because Imogen is still running strong.
Down to 51 seconds.
In 3rd place there. Well, of course, we've actually got Lucy Charles-Barclay in 2nd, so we've not mentioned Lucy Charles in a little while, so she's still holding in 2nd, but at any second now we're probably going to see Ashley Gentle do that pass, make that pass on Lucy Charles-Barclay, and then it will be 3rd place for Lucy Charles-Barclay, who will still have around about a minute, maybe a bit more than a minute on Lucy Byram. So that's looking like, at the moment, those podium positions are starting to come into focus a little bit, but there's still so much time left in this race. And again, some of these runners a little bit further down the field who we know can really put down incredible run splits. And someone like Kat Matthews, she's known for coming strong towards the end of the run. She shows that strength, especially when we go to the real long distance, the iron distance in triathlon. But she's shown in San Francisco how she can just maintain her speed throughout the run. And if she can do that today, then let's not count her out for hitting the podium either.
Did I miss something? Did Lucy come past just now?
I don't think we've had eyes on her. I think she's still in 2nd place, but at the last split that we saw, 7 seconds to Ashley Gentle. So if that's correct, and that Lucy is still in the race, as we assume she is, and we just haven't had eyes on her, then we should be seeing Ashley come up across her pretty soon.
It might even be fair to suggest she's dropped out of the race, though. If all tracking mats are showing that it's Imogen Simmons and then Ash Gentle, and the cameras can't get eyes on her between Ash and Imogen. I mean, Ash should be approaching her right now, really. She's only 50 seconds behind, and it says that Lucy Charles-Barclay was 45 seconds behind, so Ash should be passing her right now. So that camera that's on Ash should be seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay, but it is not. So I wonder if Lucy Charles-Barclay has made the decision to pull out of today's race.
That would be devastating. I mean, you could see she was invested in this kind of, in this race in particular. I did notice in the press statements beforehand that she wasn't happy to commit 100% to this race being her big race of the season. She said this is her big race bar the grand final.
She's definitely not there, Jan.
And we can't get eyes on her.
She's not behind Ashley Gentle, so the only question is she just a few seconds in front? But I'm sure we would have seen her by now if that was the case. So we've got to assume that she's no longer on course.
And Ash is only 35 seconds behind Imogen Simmons now, so there's no way Lucy Charles-Barclay is within that. So I'm going to go out and say that, yes, Lucy Charles-Barclay has dropped out of the race today.
And if that's correct, then that essentially elevates Lucy Byram into third place. So currently we have her on course for her first ever podium in the T100 series, and Kat Matthews there, we just see on screen, is currently in fourth. Now we know she was running faster than Lucy Byram, but is she running fast enough to catch her?
So we're seeing Kat Matthews in fourth position now, 2.5 minutes down. Let's have a look at her day.
5, my radio.
She came into this race super positive, a lot of fan attention. Like I said, she was probably getting the most fan attention of all females in this field throughout the week. She found herself in a good position in lap 1 in the swim, but after the Aussie exit, she did let that gap grow a little bit and did drop behind the three-lady group of Ash Gentle, India Lee and Imogen Simmons. She found herself in the bike out of the swim with this group of Lucy Bryan, Laura Phillip, and also Lisa Norden. At times she was in front leading it, at times she dropped back. She did find herself 10 seconds behind the group at times, but then did come into T2 with that group. Some mild frustration at Laura Phillip throughout the bike course for not taking charge, and as we saw, that gap to Lucy Byram did extend. She came into T2 with Laura Phillip, and now she has ran herself into P4. And again, some more fanfare. That just shows how much she's loving being part of this T100 World Tour, where fans are at the races. Okay, so we're 7 kilometres into the run now. We're seeing this gap to Imogen Simmons slowly being eaten into by Ash Gentle. For the first time ever, it's within 30 seconds. It's 28 seconds. Ash Gentle is behind Imogen Simmons.
Look at that heart rate on Imogen Simmons.
We can also confirm at this point that Lucy Charles-Barclay has DNF'd. She is out of the race.
That's devastating.
It is devastating. I think for any athlete to DNF is never ideal. It's never what you want. It's always pretty much the worst case scenario in a race day for anybody. But to DNF on home soil in her home city, where I know she wanted to perform, and I know whilst we speculated just a few moments ago that maybe this wasn't her absolute A race of the year, this will have been something she has focused on for a little while, because to race in your home city where she is such a star, she's known, there are so many people out on course cheering for her, so much support that she's got here. She would have been an incredibly popular winner had she taken home that win in the T100 here today, but it's not to be. She's DNF. We don't have any information on that right now as to just why she's had to step off the course, and instead we are back with Ashley Gentle as she continues to eat into that lead of Imogen Simmons, and I believe it's now around 24-25 seconds, so she's slowly catching up to Imogen.
And this is something you see with the season progressing as well. Of course, athletes taking more and more flight and getting ready for a classic season where you normally have a world championship at the end. And here things are spicing up with more and more points on the line. I feel like there's more and more athletes being held together by tape. You see little patches of kinesio tape here and there. We actually saw Ash Gentle had some on her calf. And that really makes me hope that a DNF is not due to any serious kind of issue, because, again, Lucy Charles-Barclay isn't the kind of person who just gives up. You know, she wouldn't do it lightheartedly, especially here in front of a home crowd. Triathlon very much has that sign of respect that you honor the race by finishing it, whether your day goes good or not. And
she's a real star of our sport as well. You know, when she's out on the course, it brings an extra level of excitement. She's known. Again, her infamy now, if you like it, she transcends triathlon. She's a very, very popular character. So whenever she's in a race, it brings a little bit of extra star factor to the race. And so it's just so disappointing to see her have to step off the course today. And we will await some further information, hopefully, and hope that everything isn't a disaster. There's no major injury going on there, and that she's just had to make a sensible decision on the day.
We see Ash Gentle here overlapping Grace Tech. Grace Tech, a college runner, so an Australian who made the move to the States following high school to pursue her running dreams at college. And she actually, her and her team won a Div 1 championship when she went to college. And Ash is making it look relatively easy getting past her there. And this gap, Ash Gentle is now just under 20 seconds behind Imogen Simmons, Jan.
But Imogen Simmons is, regardless, I mean, you would have never ever thought on paper that Imogen Simmons would put out such a run performance. Ash Gentle is the fastest runner out there. Yeah, someone like Chelsea Sadar or Tamara Jewett, who are some of the sport's fastest runners, they're barely putting time into her. So it really is a breakthrough performance, and I think a bright sign for the future. But again, I think she's got a very, very good chance of securing a podium spot here.
For those who have missed it, you can see just then, gone off the screen at the bottom of the pylon, Lucy Charles-Barclay has DNF'd and is out of her home race. Just behind the motorbike, you can see Ashley Gentle. She's 13 seconds behind Imogen Simmons. This pass is imminent.
She can almost smell her now, can't she? She is within striking range, and we've seen this so many times from Ashley Gentle now. She comes off the bike with that little bit of a deficit, but she knows that her strength, her biggest strength of the three, is the run, and she knows, she backs herself. She knows that she's going to be able to catch up, and there's just a motorbike and a few meters between her and Imogen Simmons, and she will know that that is the front of the race. And from that point, you often see her push on and make huge gaps because she just becomes so relaxed and comfortable at that point in the front of the race. And you know, this is a fantastic race from Imogen. Let's take nothing away from her. For me, this is the best race of Imogen's career, but pretty soon we're going to see a new leader.
And Jan, we are seeing that not only is Ash Gentle about to make this pass on Imogen Simmons, but she is officially the fastest runner on course. Tamara Jewett now is the second fastest runner on course.
Yeah, they're both running incredibly well. What I'm kind of currently also fascinated by is the battle, what will probably be the battle for fourth between Kat Matthews and Laura Phillip. They're pretty close within each other. They started running together, but they're 15 seconds apart now. Both incredibly strong runners, and I think that could be a very, very interesting fight for the final podium spot, as Imogen looks over her shoulder to respectfully make way.
It is a brave way of racing from Imogen Simmons, though. She went around at the front of the bike. She attacked out of T2 on the run. There's just sometimes nothing you can do when Ash Gentle is in one of these moods on one of these days. We felt it all week as we see the pass.
And she put her foot down there as well. That wasn't just I'm going to go around you. She accelerated. She absolutely accelerated. She moved to the side, moved across to the barriers, put her foot down, and she's put 10 meters into Imogen Simmons over the last 10 seconds. She's really not messing around here. Ashley Gentle back at the front of a T100, and I'm sure she's, as much as this race isn't done, there's still 3 laps to go, 9 kilometers left. She will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief because this is where she likes to be. San Francisco was an off day, and she's now about to be able to prove that to the world.
We've talked a lot about the changes she's made, Jan, leading into this race. We've talked a lot about how fired up she is, and yeah, with just a bit over 9 kilometres to go in the race, she has taken the lead. And who can stop Ash Gentle on a day like this, really?
Look at her left foot just flicking back. She's really accelerating, using beautiful style to accelerate up the little hill that they have to get back into the Excel Center. She mentioned in the interview previously that she doesn't feel like all the changes she's made have taken effect in terms of physiology. It's such a complex thing where I think
in a good mind space, you can just really dig that much deeper, and yeah, she's doing a great job of it here.
Imogen Simmons now, she, I hope, will be getting some splits back to where the other athletes behind her are, so she can keep an eye on what's going on behind her in the race, and I'm sure she's got people out on course calling those sort of time splits to her, but she's still got well over 2 minutes to current third place runner Lucy Byram, and that's where this is really important. We're in the real pointy end of the race now, 3 laps to go, just about 9 kilometres left of this race. She needs to stay strong now, she needs to hold firm, because 2 minutes is a nice buffer, but it's not a big enough buffer if she was to just take her foot off the gas. If she takes her foot off the gas, she's going to end up getting swallowed up by some of those runners, the likes of Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp. They're still running at a really great pace behind, so she's got to stay completely focused now as we see Kat Matthews round that corner near the bottom of the Excel Centre, so it won't be long before we see her heading up the ramp into the centre itself. And at the moment there's only really just over, well, we've got 12 seconds between Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp. You can see Laura Philipp in the yellow, 2 athletes behind, because Marjolaine Pierre is in between, but she is a lapped athlete, so there's still not done between these 2 athletes. They're locked tight in a battle, and they are both 30 to 40 seconds behind Lucy Byram, who's currently in third place, and Lucy Byram is running about 8 seconds a kilometre slower than these 2 girls. So on that basis, we're going to see both of these girls overtake her and probably catch her within the next lap or so. But it's so much still to run.
Yeah, with Ash Gentle out in front, this is a battle that I could have the cameras on for the rest of this race and be pretty happy. We know how Kat Matthews has been running this year. We know the calibre of runner Laura Philipp is. This is a tight battle. That gap has sort of stayed like this for a while now and could be the exciting run battle for the rest of the day, really.
And the way things look at the moment, this is the battle for the final podium spot. You know, it's not done that Imogen's going to stay away in second, but right now, the way things are, this is the battle for the final podium spot. So how much extra do you find when there's a podium spot or 4th place on the line?
And do you think that Kat Matthews feels that pressure as she is running into the Excel Stadium? I mean, let's be honest, British crowds are patriotic. She is the last one holding the British flag high for the podium, right? We've got 5 athletes, but she's the only one of the, well, with the
Lucy Byram's there as well.
Realistic chance of holding on for the next 9Ks. That's some extra pressure that, you know, can she turn that into motivation?
She'll be getting a huge amount of support. She'll be feeling those cheers, especially as she comes through transition now. But you're right, there is pressure, because I think that gap is now significantly less than it was. It was at 12 seconds at our last time check, and that has definitely come down. So those 2 athletes, there we go, 6 seconds we've got now between those 2. She's coming up behind her, but has she got enough to firstly catch up, then overhaul? And Kat Matthews is such a gritty competitor. She's not just going to let Laura Philipp run away from her, so that's going to be the battle of the day, and we're going to keep eyes on that eagerly.
Nothing like a classic England-Germany. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts.
Kat Matthews notorious for being competitive as well. She's so nice and bubbly around the races, but yeah, very well known for being competitive, hating losing, always wanting to win. We did an interview after San Francisco where she said, it's not good enough just to hold the numbers and run the paces of what I used to. I need to be riding and running how Taylor Knibb is. I want to be as good as her. And this battle with Laura Philipp, if Laura Philipp gets up to her, she won't just let her pass. She will fight all day long. She's a gritty, determined, competitive athlete.
Well, I think what you can see on the face of Kat Matthews now is she's changed demeanour slightly. You know, at the end of lap 1, it was all fun and laughs, and you know, whilst of course she's a serious competitor and is in it for the performance reason, she was enjoying her time through transition. She was saying hi to her friends. That is not happening anymore. She knows she's in a battle. You can see it on her face. She is all business right now, as we see her take a few deep breaths as she runs down that ramp, and Laura Philipp is absolutely breathing down her neck now.
And both of these athletes recently having raced over the long distance, absolutely remarkable. Like I said, I couldn't imagine it. But yeah, they are only really losing time to Ashley Gentle. Imogen Simmons, I mean, this is how I would work it out. They're 3 minutes behind, 9K to go, roughly 180 seconds. So they need to run 20 seconds a K faster to get there. You know, those would be the kind of mental calculations that I would have going on in my head to try and break down the pain and try and focus on putting one foot in front of the others. But we have got quite the battle for the podium here.
So as we have a look on the bottom right hand of your screen as this battle between Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp really fires up with Laura Philipp catching her. This is the standings as they stand with the current positions. So Ashley Gentle now is the leader of the series with where she sits in first place here at London with 86 points. We can see the big drop off is Lucy Charles-Barclay with 56 points after her DNF here today. She went from leading the series to currently sitting in fourth as it stands. We've just seen the pass there. Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews didn't let her pass. Laura Philipp took the lead and then Kat Matthews ran right up beside her. And again, now she's just a half step in front of her. It goes to what I was talking about, Jan. Kat Matthews is gritty. She's determined. She's competitive. She will not give an inch.
No, she's tough. She's a great competitor, and I love seeing that kind of battle. In fact, you know, I think she probably could go on to the point of saying she needs this. She needs this to get the best out of herself, and they are absolutely charging. It'll be, I think we're going to see this until the final line, and we're not going to have any grass as we did in San Francisco to interfere with a sprint. It's a nail biter.
Well, this is both a physical and mental battle now, right? You've got Kat Matthews, who got caught by Laura Philipp. Laura Philipp took half a pace in front of her and Kat Matthews responded. And that's both for Kat's mental psyche, but also for Laura. Laura thought she'd done the hard work, I'm sure, by just about catching on to Kat. And then Kat responded, and this is where the two of them are going to play cat and mouse the entire run. They've been locked together pretty much from the very first stroke of the swim today. And these two are really going to battle it out to see who gets on the podium at the end.
Both very experienced athletes, so they know they can sit it out for a little bit and have the patience until somebody starts to show some weakness. This is the point where you try and listen to the other athletes breathing. You try and find anything really, and this is where the little games start. I wonder if we'll see Laura starting to tap on Kat's elbow.
How good is this?
That's an old favorite, you know, just to let them know we're there. I'm there. I'm there. You haven't got me, and it's so annoying.
It's incredibly annoying. If you're running with someone and they are just right on your elbow and their hand keeps touching your elbow as your elbow swings, it's incredibly frustrating. But at the moment, Laura's not employing that tactic. She's staying right off to the side of Kat, and Kat still, I would say, from this angle is about half a pace in front of Laura, but side by side they go, and they've still got 2.5 laps to go. So this is a long way for them to both hold strong physically and mentally to get to that finish line.
When Ashley Gentle took the lead, I thought to myself, race over. This might be a bit of a progression in, a bit boring. This battle here has got me fired up. I've sat forward in my seat. Laura Philipp came up to Kat Matthews. Kat Matthews went straight back around her. You can see the look on her face. The camera doesn't even need to go anywhere else today. I could sit here and watch this battle all day. I want to know who gives in first. I mean, Laura Phillips, the one who ran up to Kat Matthews, but I would never bet against Kat Matthews in a 1-versus-1 head-to-head battle. She just doesn't give in. She's as tough as they come.
And let's not forget, Lucy Byram is still ahead of this motorbike. She's 20-odd seconds ahead. They haven't even made it to the podium yet, so it's a cat and mouse game that
I can't wait.
Is one of the best.
Yeah, well, it's worth mentioning she's currently 17 seconds in front of these two on a sort of a live split. We've not got that one on the side of the screen at the moment. That's still at the last checkpoint, but on our sort of more live splits that we've got in studio, she's about 17 seconds as we watch Annie Haug now. 10 minutes down at this point in the race, and you know, we thought that she might struggle a bit today coming off that huge performance in Roth just a few weeks ago, but we sort of expected to see a little bit of the trademark Annie Haug run where she might take huge chunks of time out of those people in front of her, and whilst maybe it wasn't going to be enough for a podium, we thought we might see some fireworks there, but she's definitely been a bit of a victim of this T100 course today at 10 minutes and 4 seconds down.
Similar to Ash Gentle, though, I think for her it's a result to write off. You know, it's the mediocre results that you have to worry about. It's kind of easy to explain, and we go back to the head-to-head battle of these ladies taking it out.
Oh, I'm loving this. Like, okay, it was great to see Annie Haug. I love watching her race, but she's 10 minutes down, and then a quick check-in on Ash Gentle. Yeah, yep, Ash still looks like a robot dominating out in front, but this is the battle right now. I just love that Kat Matthews has taken the lead here. Like, it's not very often in a middle distance triathlon that someone makes the pass on someone and then doesn't just slowly extend it. Kat Matthews is fighting for this. Laura Philipp has now just taken the lead again, Jan. This battle is amazing.
And Kat's not giving her an inch. She's moving straight over. I'm not sure she's giving her the same courtesy of not touching her elbow or heels. She's straight. Remember, this is also the section where they've got some headwind. So it
the
could
exact
actually...
tactics that you wanted to see, Jan,
Yeah,
we are seeing employed right now.
Absolutely.
I am loving this battle.
But Kat Matthews' facial expression has just changed. Like, it's just gone from I'm suffering. She was really gritting and biting her teeth on that descent, and you can now just see this is her army mode. Yes. She is ready to march through, and people, you just don't give up until it's over as they change lead again.
Look, just flash back to Kat Matthews running off to the side of the course, giving that crowd member a high five, smiling, and now look at her. And Kat Matthews is extending this lead, Jan. She's now probably a metre and a half, almost 2 metres in front of Laura Philipp. Laura Philipp only took the lead from her, 200 metres ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Laura straight away leaning slightly forward, adjusting her position, and this is what you want to see. I mean, yeah, it's the kind of battle that dreams are made of. Mark Matthews has just messaged me. He's saying this is exactly what she needed, and it looks like he knows Kat well enough.
Well, she said, didn't she, that she's just been feeling possibly a little bit flat after that incredibly impressive run of results that she's had recently, and so this is what she needs. When you're feeling that way, you need something to really spike you up again, and having that battle is exactly what she needs. Now, we were just on the camera with Lucy Byron, and we could see these two coming behind her, so any second now they are going to pass Lucy Byron and go into third and fourth outright, and that is the battle we thought we were going to see for that final podium spot. That angle there did just show a slight gap between Kat and Laura now, so as Kat really put her foot down, as Laura just let her get that little bit of gap as they went through that aid station. This battle is far from done, but at this point it's as much mental as it is physical. It's who can keep pushing, who can dig the most amount of times, because inevitably there's going to be ebbs and flows as you run through this whole 18-kilometre course, but you've got to keep pushing on and responding each time, and that's what Kat's done brilliantly so far. Everything that's happened she's responded to, but equally Laura's done the same, and right now it looks like Laura's just coming back up onto the shoulder of Kat Matthews, so the two of them just have to keep swinging and responding.
So they're about to come up to Lucy Byron, Jan. A really pivotal moment in the young Lucy Byram's career. She's currently holding a podium place at a T100 race with only 5 kilometres to go in the run. Can she hold on to this group, or are they just too fast?
Well, if you look at where she's come from, I was hoping for exactly the same thing, the kind of her progression she's made over the season, and maybe she too can find that little inspiration that she needs, just to kick yourself out of gear. It can sometimes just happen that you get into a mode and it's just kind of ticking along. You feel a little bit sorry for yourself at this stage of the race, and you're just like, oh, why can't it just be a 3-lap run, or maybe 4? And, having someone there, having that kind of pressure, there are athletes that thrive on it, there are athletes that love it and that realize that this is what they've worked for their whole career. And others, simply realize, okay, today I haven't got the legs. Let's hope she goes and puts all her chips on red and joins this battle.
Laura Philipp just made another little move up to Kat Matthews' shoulder and pretty much came side by side with her, and as soon as she did that, Kat Matthews once again put the hammer down, extended it out to about 5 metres. This back and forth between Kat Matthews and Laura Philipp has made them catch Lucy Byram quicker than they may have beforehand.
Who's got money on whom for a sprint? A sprint finish between these two.
For me,
what are we thinking?
I've got to back Kat with the home crowd, with that determination that she's going to have to perform, to be that Brit on the podium on home soil. And she said earlier this week she'd be delighted with a top 5 and a podium would be beyond her expectations. So right now she's on course for the, you know, even the worst of her good scenarios is going to happen with the top 5 here today. So for me, I think that home crowd might carry her through.
Yeah, I'm with you, Vicky. In a battle head-to-head, there's not many people in the world I'm picking above Kat Matthews. If they had a time trial this run, Laura Philipp probably beats her. But that moment that Laura Philipp come up onto her shoulder, that was the moment where the race changed for Kat Matthews. And she is able to find gears that others aren't when she's involved in a head-to-head battle, a battle of attrition, a battle of determination. She doesn't lose those very often. And this might not be completely physical like Jan and Vicky you've both touched on. This is a mental battle, and Kat Matthews is as tough and gritty and competitive and determined as anyone in the sport.
It almost feels like she's lined up a few kind of back exits to take a little bit of pre-pressure off herself. But if you look at that sparkle in her eyes that she has about winning races and doing well, you know, there is a certain love affair that you get to have with having success. And Kat is definitely riding high on that wave. And she's always got the right mix of motivation in terms of positivity, of being bubbly, also in terms of proving people wrong. You know, she often feels like she's underrated as a runner. And here we see her training partner or somebody that she trains with quite often in terms of India Lee, I think. And opposite ends of the day, and they still seem to find motivation from each other's performances.
Yeah, they're great friends. They do train together a lot. They often go on sort of training camps together. And Indy currently in 7th place, so not her best ever result by any means, but also not a shocking day. But we saw when Indy won back in Miami, Kat, who had to pull off the course that day, was there on the side to welcome her. The first person that she was able to see, you know, was Kat and Kat's husband Mark to give them a hug and celebrate with good friends. And now we're seeing Kat Matthews come right up past Lucy Byram, and she is about to go into 3rd place out on the course. And quick check behind her, she sees how far she's managed to get away from Laura Philipp, and the answer is it's not far, but it is probably the most decisive move we've seen in the last lap and a half or so, where Kat now looks like she's really coming into her own.
That was a huge sign of intent then. Lucy Byram went to the inside to the aid station, so did Laura Philipp. Kat Matthews took that far faster line and didn't even think about going and getting water. That shows the difference in mindset and where Kat Matthews heads at. She's no longer worried about anything else than this battle. I bet you she's not even thinking about Ashley Gentle out in front. She just does not want to give in and does not want to give an inch to either of these two in this battle.
She knows where her battle is on this day now. She knows that it's nigh on impossible for her to reach 1st or 2nd unless one of these two has some kind of incident. So she's all in on that 3rd place battle. She knows what she's got to do. It's actually become a little bit overcast out there right now, so that temperature's probably starting to come out of the day. Means you can possibly afford to miss an aid station or two, and right now she'll be aiming to break Laura Philipp on this lap. If she can get a big enough gap on this lap, it means that she can relax a little bit on that final lap and probably just enjoy the crowds a little bit. But right now that gap isn't big enough, and we can see on her face full focus. There's no let up at this point.
It's rare that you see an athlete run up to somebody and then run with them for a kilometer or so, and then that gap has just blown right out to where it was at this point in the last lap. It's almost as though she's come and taken an ice bucket and thrown it over Kat and woken her up, and it's like, okay, all right, I've got to go. And yeah, absolutely right. We saw her just then passing Ash Gentle. She'll get eyes on Imogen Simmons, but I think, yeah, once she's made that turnaround, she won't be the one looking at the floor. There could be a proper stare down.
So with just over 4 kilometres to go, it does appear like Kat Matthews has taken charge in this battle with herself and Laura Philipp. Is it possible? Does she dare to dream that she can catch Imogen Simmons, or is that completely done for the days? Is this purely a battle for 3rd here?
I don't think it is. I mean, she's put some time into Imogen Simmons, and again, you know, past performances, Kat Matthews would have probably on the bike thought that there is a good chance she could catch Imogen Simmons, right? and we saw them go the other way just then, so she got eyes on her. And she would probably every lap be surprised just how good Imogen Simmons is actually looking. You know, she's holding that form and holding incredible pace. But just in the background here, we even see Laura. You know, her steps not done.
She's coming back.
She's moving, and
it's not done.
A bit of a nail biter.
I hope we have another chapter in this run battle, because this really has made this women's race exciting. We're seeing every time we get that quick flashback to Ashley Gentle on camera, she just looks like she has not put the cue in the rack, but she does look very controlled and like she's managing effort and knows she's got this race locked away out there in front. And then we flash back to this battle, and it just could not be more different. It's three women here going head to head, fully attacking this course, not giving an inch. So if we could see Laura Philipp come back and just put in one last fighting effort to catch Kat Matthews, that could make this one of the best run battles of the year.
It's what we all want to see, don't we? We want to see that come together again, and it to be a real fight to the death. We want to see them charging up that ramp into the Excel Centre at the end, and the crowd roaring them to the finish line.
She's just moving well as well. Kat Matthews actually looking really good, looking really fluent, and you know, very often when athletes get into this battle mode, oh, she's got a smile on her face.
So this is where she's
just
about to
looking
see.
over
There
at
you go.
Imogen Simmons.
What was she thinking there? Why the smile, Jan?
It's an interesting question. I mean, she kind of looked like, you know, she had a bit of a surprise, but yet an admiration there. I felt like there was a positive kind of look, but at this stage, you know, she is definitely looking forward and focusing on the race, because this is also mentally what she's got. This is the rabbit to the fox, right? She is chasing Imogen mentally, so when she sees her, she knows that's why she's got to keep pushing, because the thing about turning over your shoulder and seeing a distance, seeing the gap, that's a sign of weakness. If you look over your shoulder and I'm behind you, I know that you're worried. So whenever you try to find a point of focus, it should be ahead of you, and that's what Imogen Simmons is right now, as we see Ash Gentle come in for her last lap, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. She'll be taking the bell any second now as she comes through the Excel Centre for the last time. The next time she comes through, she will be, well, can we predict? I think we can probably safely predict she'll be taking that T100 tape.
Yeah, she just looks really good. She doesn't look like she's having to exert herself here. She looks like she's, like I said, she's put it away a bit. She's running to her threshold. She's definitely not doing things that are going to result in her blowing up here. You can see she's taking on fuel. She's eased up just so slightly, so she's doing everything to make sure that there's no catastrophic blow up here, and she will probably win this race. But the big battle behind Imogen Simmons, can she hold on to second, or will Kat Matthews get her? Can Laura Philipp run up to Kat Matthews one more time? She does seem to have held this gap at about 8 seconds here for the last K&a-half, 2 Ks. There's still plenty to play out in today's race.
Absolutely, but someone in the last lap of the run taking on nutrition, to me, is a sign that they're thinking of the series. They're thinking that there is more to come. There is some time until we go to Ibiza, but this is, you know, you take on nutrition and it doesn't only give you energy, it also helps you recover faster. So if you're well topped up, I mean, the timing splits kind of are a testament to that, because Tamara Jewett is now again the fastest runner out on course. She's managing her effort, as in Ashley Gentle is managing her effort, and why not? You know, that's where the saying always comes back to be true. A race is a test of exhaustion for everyone except for the winner.
And sometimes the winner too.
Indeed.
We've seen that. I mean, remember Yuri Kulin in Singapore? That was absolutely everything he had to give on that day. But yeah, back to Imogen Simmons, and I don't think enough good things can be said about her today. It's looking like she is going to hit the podium today, and what a performance she's put down all round. The swim, bike and run, it's just been pretty faultless. I mean, Ashley, of course, has been exceptional, but Imogen has just held herself together so well, and I think there's going to be a lot of people out on course today, and those watching at home, who are both surprised and pleased for her to see this kind of result.
Absolutely, she's been around for a long time and had some good performances. But again, in this kind of field, to come out with that kind of performance, she'd obviously been going well. There was somebody who was close to her in a circle that was telling me he thought he had great feelings about today's race. And just really, really happy to see her in such a good position going into the last lap.
And we have a look at the standings as they stand right now. So this is the T100 leaderboard as it stands right now, with the first 3 races and including where everyone currently stands in today's race. It's the result of their best 3 races from the year. So Ashley Gentle, the queen of the T100, she finds herself out in first place for the first time this year with 86 points, and a massive gap to Miami champion India Lee in second with 63 points. Lucy Charles-Barclay, she started the day in first place on the standings with 56 points, and she is going to leave London with 56 points still remaining, and down to third place if it stays as it stands right now. Imogen Simmons with this amazing second place puts herself up into 4th position on the standings, and Lucy Byram, the young Brit, 54 points even with Imogen Simmons, but it does come back to a countdown, so she finds herself in 5th position.
As we see the standings, it looks like Kat Matthews has dealt a bit of a blow. Let's hope that we get to see one more surge from Laura, just to try and get back on there. She's obviously fighting right now too, but we can hope. Her body language doesn't necessarily suggest she's about to come forward, but who knows. And Lucy Byram now finding herself in 5th place as we count our athletes into the last lap. And again, just as we saw the rankings, hoping for the best for Lucy Charles-Barclay. Ash looking flawless.
What can you say? Good. I mean, I want to talk about the Ash Gentle Taylor Knibb rivalry a little bit. It just, is there an element of Taylor Knibb being in Ash Gentle's head, Jan? You've had some famous rivalries over your time. I think back to your rivalry with Sebastian Kienle, which was, you know, a fan favourite, and it always felt to me like you were in Sebastian's head a little bit and had the better of him on the big days. And we saw that Ash Gentle had that battle with Taylor Knibb last time around at San Francisco, and she had a poor day, and now she comes into a race just like Singapore where Taylor Knibb's not here and she looks like a completely different athlete. Is there anything to be said about that?
It's the best and it's the worst. You know, these kind of things, they shape you as an athlete. And as much as they shape you as an athlete, you kind of almost hate it in that situation because it just drives you every single day. And I would possibly say that my rivalry with Alistair Brownlee actually would have been that thing where I was broken as an athlete, right? And I was broken also as a person because I identified so much with my personality as an athlete. And then to restructure yourself and find the very, very best, that's what the best are able to do. And that's what Ash Gentle is clearly showing here. You know, she almost needed someone to come and show the world just how good she is. You know, kind of like, almost like you need a cloud to show how fast an aeroplane is flying, right, in relative terms. And these kind of rivalries are something that, in hindsight, as an athlete, I think give you a great amount of joy because they make you seek out your very limits. They make you take the risks in everyday training, and they make you look for the very, very best version of yourself that you can be. And I think that's what Taylor Knibb is doing to the sport as such, because she's changing the game. She's changing the way you have to race. She's changing the level that is required on the swim, bike and run in order to be able to outperform. And, you know, Ash Gentle is the first to take to the charge.
And Taylor Knibb today was off riding the Olympic time trial where she's had a really poor day, a rough day. She had multiple bike crashes. I think she even maybe had a mechanical, and yeah, had a day that wasn't to be desired. And her great rival Ash Gentle, on, you know, just a couple of countries away over here in England, has had one of the better days of her career. So it's just that back and forth in this rivalry where Ash gets one, Taylor gets one, Ash gets one, Taylor gets one.
Well, I think great athletes are defined by how they deal with their setbacks. And like you said today, Taylor Knibb, having had a tough day, she came off her bike 3 times, I believe. She had to change bikes. This is all what we've kind of heard through the grapevine. You know, that's something that she will have to chew on for a long time. But I guarantee you that the lady we're seeing on screen right now has chewed on the Taylor Knibb effect for the past weeks, if not the past months, kind of anticipating that she would be that good. And that's why they're trying to one-up each other bit by bit. And that's, for us as a spectator, for us as fans, for the people out there, is the greatest situation you can have in a sport, because it will, you know, the tide rising will rise all ships. And, you know, there are few athletes that have that kind of impact on the entire field.
And so the reason we're seeing such a high level of performance here from Ash Gentle, do you think that's partly just down to the fact that day in, day out, she's thinking about what she needs to do to catch Taylor Knibb?
I don't think she only narrowed down on Taylor Knibb. It's kind of a trouble situation when you focus too much on one athlete only. But I certainly think that a little bit of insecurity is helping her redefine her effort.
And similarly, we're seeing Kat Matthews' performance here in 3rd place. She talked in San Fran after she came 2nd to Taylor Knibb of needing to lift her game to compete with Taylor Knibb. Are we seeing her level in 2024 get to this stage where she's very clearly the best of the rest, because she just is day in, day out trying to catch Ash Gentle and Taylor Knibb?
Well, we can see by the way she's taking the race on with Laura Phillip that she's very, very determined. She very much has her sights set on. But she has had a very natural progression. She's getting better year on, year on, year on. And of course, that's her goal. You know, I think if you tell her you're the best of the rest, that would definitely not be something she would take as a compliment and that she would be striving for. So I think another podium place here is great, but then mentally as well, for her to flick the switch from going, a podium is great, to going to winning, is just mentally something that I personally found to be the hardest thing to do, and that took me forever and a day to get right, as we see Ash lifting her glasses, high-fiving a few of the crowd. She's preparing herself to go and get ready to have a nice finishing photo, whereas she's still putting time into the ladies just behind her. And that just shows you how much work the ladies behind have to do in order to catch Ash Gentle. She's gaining time whilst managing her effort and probably already thinking of the next races.
What a luxury when, with 1 kilometre to go in the run, you can put the sunnies on top of your head, do up your race suit, have a smile and laugh with the crowd. Like, compared to the battle that Kat Matthews will be in just to hold on to Laura Phillip. Even though it's gone out to 20 seconds, she'll have to fight for every step to make sure that Laura doesn't come back, whereas Ash Gentle can really enjoy this last kilometre, Jan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the kind of pain in the legs is still there, but of course that's the kind of situation where you're like, okay, yes, things are going in the right way. And it's important for her as well, having had a change of coach.
As Ash Gentle makes her way into the transition, we've got Vicky down there.
That's right, I'm down here in the finish area. We are just seconds away from seeing Ashley Gentle cross the finish line and be the T100 London winner. The atmosphere down here is fantastic. That being inside a building, it really just brings something else. It's incredibly loud in here. Everybody waiting to see their favourite athletes cross the line. It's going to be amazing.
Ash Gentle makes her way into the XL building. Look at her getting the crowd up and about. She's done it after that poor result in San Fran that ate away for her for the last month. She has finally won another T100 race, her 2nd T100 victory of 2024, the only athlete in 2024 to win 2 T100 titles, and takes her PTO and T100 title to 5 races. She's run 5 races. The next best is 2. What a dominant and complete performance from Ashley Gentle today. She showed her intent from the start. She took charge in that group in the swim. She had one of the rides of her career in the T100 series. And that run was something special. This must have meant a hell of a lot to her, Jan.
I agree. The way she threw that finish tape up in the air, this was also, you know, a silencing of the doubters, and it's beautiful. That's what sport's all about. You know, you go out and different characters find their inner demons in other places, and to go out like that, emphatically throwing the tape up, you can see she's happy as Josh, her husband, is meeting her. Good hug. As we wait for Imogen Simmons, her first ever podium finish at the T100 series. What a day she's put out. Raced bravely on the bike. Yeah. She was out there. If anything, she deserves a red start number for the most aggressive racer.
If there was a most combative jersey on the T100 Tour, she has definitely got it today. Ash Gentle was just a step above her, like a class above, but Imogen Simmons showed aggression on the bike. She took the lead, just like you called, Jan. As soon as she took the lead from Lucy Charles-Barclay, she didn't give an inch, she attacked. She then established herself at the front of the race, and the intent she showed out of T2, it was really impressive. And you know, Kat Matthews, tell us a bit about her day. What a gritty, competitive day from Kat Matthews.
And she has put daylight between herself and Laura. She's starting to hurt. She's got a bit of a smile, but I think she's looked over her shoulder just secretly enough to know that she's got it. Yeah, she's also lifting the sunglasses. She knows her friends and her crowd is there. But I want to notice, look at the watch strap of Imogen Simmons. Like, she's been so much in the zone, she's fought so much that she hasn't even closed her watch strap. And I can tell you, it is so annoying when that thing rubs up against your torso on every single arm stroke as she comes in, ecstatically kisses to the crowd.
Imogen Simmons, she took the lead at about 70k into the bike ride. She was aggressive. She committed to her move in the front. She attacked out of T2. Not many people coming into T100 London had Imogen Simmons on their podium. She's showing everyone she's back to her form at the end of 2023 with her best result in a T100 race so far, second place.
And Kat came in close, keeping up the British hopes.
Wow.
Podium finish. What a run indeed. She's ecstatic. She's done absolutely great to get herself there. Still not holding up, almost sprinting across, stops to watch.
Unbelievable.
And giving the British crowd what they came for.
What a run. She nearly got Imogen Simmons then. That was an amazing run. And here's Laura Phillip. I mean, there's two sides to every battle on a triathlon course, and Kat Matthews crossed that line aggressively, smiling, looking ecstatic. Laura Phillip, she's still happy, but yeah, not quite the same energy as Kat Matthews. A fourth place for Laura Phillip today is an incredible result, but Kat Matthews got the better of her on today's run battle. Fourth place, Laura Phillip.
And having had a podium in San Francisco, you know, Kat Matthews' expectations are different. Laura would be happy with this, I think, in terms of the uncertainty that she had coming into the race. It's a good result. And as we now see Lucy Byram coming in, waving, again, it's a different energy again. She's a little bit more timid coming out and enjoying a top 5 finish. Well done on a brave race that she's done, because let's not forget, up until 2 or 3 laps ago, she was on podium position herself.
Lucy Byram held tough then. She's a young, relatively inexperienced athlete. And here we have it, Tamara Jewett, the fastest runner on the course. Her and Ash Gentle were swapping that all day, but 6th place for Tamara Jewett with that run, the fastest run of the day. That is an incredible result. She ran 1:04.29. Ash Gentle ran 1:06, so in the end she put 1 minute and 33 seconds into Ash Gentle. That is, yeah, despite the fact Ash Gentle very clearly put the cue in the rack, that is still incredible by Tamara Jewett.
And I think it's the first time we've seen Tamara Jewett pull out that joker of a run performance that she clearly has in her repertoire. She's shown it at other races. She's shown it under less pressure from, you know, less seasoned athletes. And this is the first time that she's able to show what she's actually got. I mean, she's an incredibly good runner that has set the benchmark at many, many courses.
She obviously had that great run at San Francisco last time out, but she was so far back in the bike that it didn't mean as much, whereas today she got herself just a bit closer on the bike. So 6th place for Tamara Jewett is, yeah, That's her best T100 result to date. And the debutante yarn, Sophie Caldwell, she fought tough all day. She rolled turns with Lucy Charles-Barclay in the swim. She held on for dear life on the bike, and I think clearly that effort to hold on to Lucy Charles-Barclay real early on the right took a bit out of her. We saw her fall back throughout the field, but 7th place on debut here. That's a good result. At a T100 race here in London with the depth that it had, on debut, that's pretty amazing.
Bravo, absolutely. I mean, top 8 is an Olympic final, right? And she's coming off a not successful Olympic campaign in terms of qualifying, but still a top 8 is always good. And Chelsea Sodaro coming into a top 8th position, top 10 spot for her. I think, quite frankly speaking, it's a tendency in a good direction. She's obviously had some struggles, and she's gone through all the ups and downs, more downs than highs. I think she's openly spoken about a lot of her struggles, and for her to get a nudge in the right direction is good to see.
I agree. Coaching change, moved cities, 1:06.39 run time. She's had the third fastest run. Only Tamara Jewett and Ash Gentle running faster. That's good company to be in. We know at her best, Chelsea Sodaro is one of the world's best runners. So I agree, Jan. A step in the right direction. A good performance, a solid performance. She won't rest on that, though.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, she started with a mental coach in David Spindler, and I think that's the beginning of her journey. And yeah, good on her. I really wish her luck in finding that position and learning to cope with the pressure that I think she struggled with earlier. Look at this, girlfriends and babies for Kat Matthews. Oh, as we see India Lee coming in, she is hurting, got her eyes wide open. I think it might take her a second or two until she'll have her giggles and laughs across the finish line, but she'll be happy for Kat Matthews for sure.
India Lee, as a local athlete, definitely came in here with higher expectations than finishing 9th today. She was a champion in Miami. She won that in really, really dominant fashion in a battle with Lucy Charles-Barclay. 9th place, India Lee will definitely not be satisfied with. It's not a bad result by any means. It just speaks to the level she's at right now. How could you not be happy in front of a home crowd like this that's that big? But yeah, deep within her, I think that one will burn a little bit, and she'll come back wanting more.
Absolutely, as we see battle stories being told, this is, lap 3, and then you went, and then this happened. They're always the most emotional, emphatic, because, the thing that happens, you forget that how hard it was in that situation, and you talk about things very differently.
We've got Vicky Holland down at the finish line with today's champion, Ashley Gentle.
That's right, I'm down here with today's T100 London winner, Ashley Gentle. Now, when I was thinking of what to ask you, the first thing that I wrote down on my page was redemption ? What have you got to say, Ash?
Yeah, that feels pretty good. I'm pretty happy now. I can put San Francisco behind me and just, that was amazing. I mean, so many people here were cheering and giving me so much support, so that was so painful, but it was actually really enjoyable too.
Ashley, you came off the bike today with a less than 2-minute deficit to the front, and we all know what you can do on the run. In your mind, was that the dream scenario?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy with the way I swam and biked as well. But yeah, those last couple of laps on the bike was super tough. I actually started to get a bit blurry-eyed and I was a bit worried. I think I rode a lot better than I thought I was going to, and is hitting some good power numbers, and just did it basically by myself once Imogen just shooted off past me. So I was pretty happy and just had to focus on finishing strong.
You touched upon it there, you're happy with your swim today as well. We saw you leading that pack on the swim. We see you often in that chase pack on the swim, but leading it today, you must be really pleased with that.
Yeah, definitely. I got a really good start and I kind of just found myself at the front of that pack, and it was about 1,500 metres in, and I kind of veered to the right a bit, hoping so maybe someone could come forward and lead the last bit for me. So Imogen kind of came around, and I got on her feet. But yeah, it was actually really cool to lead about 1,500 metres of the swim, obviously behind the super swimmers of Lucy and Sophie. But yeah, I just did the best I can and just tried to make sure I kept them as close as I could.
We've touched upon how you have now fully put San Francisco to bed. Did it play into a little bit of your preparations for this race in terms of, are you hungry to put it to bed? Did you want to prove that you really are still the best at this distance?
To be honest, I tried not to think about it too much. I knew that San Francisco was just so far from how I usually race, and I did not feel like myself at all. So I actually didn't want to put too much pressure on myself because I knew then I might actually not go through the process and actually execute very well today. But yeah, I'm pretty happy that London put some beautiful weather out for us, and we had great support here. So yeah, I really enjoyed that one.
Well, you are now officially the first person to ever win 2 T100 races. We've had different winners at every other race until now, so you're right at the top of the rankings. Will we see you at the next race?
Yes, definitely. I'm hanging around in Europe to make it easy for myself. I'm not going back to Australia just yet, so yeah, I'll definitely be in Ibiza.
We'll see you in Ibiza. Thank you for joining me, Ash, and a huge congratulations today.
Thank you.
What is there to say about Ash Gentle, Jan? I mean, she seemed pretty in control. She talked about the bike getting tough late, but just composing herself and pulling it back together and putting in that run. And yeah, it was a pretty complete performance in the end.
Yeah, slowly finding comfort in being the pro's pro. You know, she comes out, she gives good interviews, she smiles. As we see Lucy coming out to congratulate the ladies here on screen. That's a sign of strength. That is a sign of strength. I don't think I would have at every time come back to a race and kind of, welcomed athletes, spoken to the athletes, gone out. She does seem to have a smile on her face, so she's obviously not straight off to get an MRI for a muscle tear or any other kind of scan. Yeah, mentally, I think an absolute show of strength and something that, speaks for her character.
So we've got Amelia Watkinson coming in here. I think she's in 14th position. Just the top mate, I think we've had 13 coming so far. This was a battle of attrition out here today with so many women still coming in over 10 minutes behind. We saw Annie Haug come in 11th place. Emma Pallant-Brown was just ahead of her, Jan, in 10th place. Lisa Norden there in 12th place. These are athletes who have all, come, top three in big races, won big races, World Championship races, and they're finishing between 10th and 13th, 14th here at T100 London.
Yeah, Lisa Norden was holding top 10 there for quite a while, and after the story that she shared about her miscarriage that she's only very recently kind of recovering from and getting back into training bit by bit, it's such a shocking story to start with, and such a kind of blow of fate, but also such a show of strength and resilience for her to come back and be brave to race with the best in the world.
We're seeing Hayley Chura come in here in 15th position and fighting hard for it. We've got Vicky joining us once again. She's with second place finisher today in one of the best run battles of the year, Kat Matthews. Third place.
I'm down here with Kat Matthews, third place today. What consistency you're showing at the moment. Second, third, 2 podiums in a row we've got now from you from the T100 series. You told us that a top 5 would be spectacular, so pleased, I'm sure.
Honestly, I gave so much effort. I gave absolutely everything I had, and I don't even know how. The only thing in my mind was I have to have given everything, finished giving everything, and I had a horrible day, but I'm so proud.
That's a horrible day, finishing third in London. I mean, it was a really impressive run battle, especially that you had with Laura. At one point, she came up onto your shoulder, but there was no way she was going to pass, right?
I think I just gather energy, and things like that make me excited about the sport, and she had been excellent all day, and I feel like me and Laura Philipp have a bit of an ongoing yearly battle, with both T100 and the long distance scene, so it's really exciting to race.
And we know that Mark actually messaged Jan while we were in commentary and said when you were on the run, when Laura came up to you, that was exactly what you needed. Would you agree with him that at that moment you needed someone to battle against to bring the best out of yourself?
Yes, totally. And to be honest, again, Laura did it multiple times on the bike. She actually held me together, I think, this whole race. So I owe my performance to her, really, because she was so feisty. And I just was so in awe of her and the other competitors. And I just like really bounced off that energy.
So that's 4 really big races in a row for you now. What comes next?
Goodness, actually 3 weeks' time I've got another middle distance, and then I roll into the Ironman World Championships, and then we've got the whole series of the rest of the T100, IB30, and the others to come after that.
So it's a really, really busy year for you, and you touched upon it when we spoke to you pre-race about how managing your energy across the year is really important. Have you got plans for what you're going to do? So we're going to see these kind of run performances and all-round performances later on this season.
I'm actually super happy because this race felt like my, break the back, like get over the middle of the season, and have come away with like a seriously what I'm proud of my first half, and now I can just take a couple of days off and just take a breather, reset. In theory, a mental holiday this next week, and then it ramps straight back up, and I can't wait.
Very quickly, last question from me. Talk about this home crowd. Was that a factor in getting you onto the podium today?
Totally. At no point of the day did I think, I did think I can't do this, but then it was just another face, another family member, another best friend, and they've all come all this way. And then there's the teams, the English teams, and to be honest, I felt like everybody out there was cheering for me. So moments when Laura came up behind me, I just really held on to that, and I was chasing Imo down, because even though she's Swiss on paper, it was like, get to the first Brit if you can.
Kat, a fantastic performance today. Another T100 podium from you. Congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you so much to everyone who attended, because I really appreciated your support.
So after today's race here at T100 London, the 4th race of the series, we have our updated leaderboard. Ashley Gentle, the queen of the T100 series, well in front, 86 points. India Lee, the Miami champion, 61 points in second. Lucy Charles-Barclay, she started the day in first on 56 points. She exits the day in third on 56 points after a DNF. Imogen Simmons, amazing performance to finish second today on 54 points. Lucy Byram held on tough. She's on 54 points also, but because of the countback, she's in 5th, not in 4th. Kat Matthews, what a run battle to finish 3rd, following up from her 2nd place in San Francisco in 6th on 53 points. She started the day in 10th position, so she's moved up 4 positions. The person she had that battle with today, Laura Phillip, in 7th on 47th points. Mrs. Consistency, Paula Finlay in 40 points. Amelia Watkinson, 39 for 9th, and Hayley Chura in 10th. We've got Lucy Charles-Barclay joining Vicky right now to talk about her day.
That's right, I've got Lucy Charles-Barclay with me now. Obviously not the finish to the day that you would have hoped. Can you just talk us through what happened for you out there?
Yeah, I've had a pretty rough build into this race, a few issues that maybe could have put me not on the start line, but I really wanted to be here, home race, the amazing fans and the crowd out there. But I was feeling pretty good on the swim and the bike, and then I just rolled my ankle out on the run and felt something in my Achilles, and given the huge injury I've had on that leg, I was like, I can't risk this here. So it was incredibly tough to pull the pin, given it's a home race, and honestly the crowd was amazing out there. But yeah, I just unfortunately had to make the smart decision today, and yeah, hopefully not make it worse.
Well, of course, there are other races coming this series and this season as a whole that you want to focus on. We were so sorry to see you fall off the course at that point. Can you talk to us a bit about the race before that? You don't often get company on the swim, whereas obviously you had Sophie today.
Yeah, you know what, it's so nice to have a bit of company. I feel like we swapped the lead, so we had a little bit of a go of taking turns, and I think that's always really nice. So yeah, like I said, I felt pretty strong in the swim, and then it was a very interesting bike course. It was definitely quite challenging out there, but the crowd were amazing, so that was definitely giving me a good lift, and you could see everyone out on the course, so it made it quite fun as well.
And I'm sure you had a lot of support, not just from the general public, but from friends and family out here today as well. So that must have been both lovely to have them here, but of course you'll be sad that you weren't able to finish for them.
Yeah, definitely bittersweet. I really wanted to deliver a show for all the fans and friends and family that have come out today, but
sometimes health just has to come first. So I'm still so thankful that they all came out here, and hopefully they still had a great day watching.
So what next? Go away, get that Achilles checked out, and then we will see you at the Ibiza race, I hope?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I do a little bit of resting, healing, and then, yeah, hopefully I'll be back big time in Ibiza.
Well, we wish you all the best with that, and we want to see some Lucy Charles-Barclay action in Ibiza, so hopefully we'll see you in a couple of months' time.
Thank you.
What did you make of that, Jan?
Well, I mean, indeed, I would say that was a smart decision. That was a smart call. You know, you got to watch out for long-term kind of things, and if you have a history of being injured, it just mentally almost puts a block on it as soon as you feel something and things are not going your way. That definitely, I think, is probably the one reason when you do have a good reason to pull out. And I hope, you know, it doesn't get confirmed. Rolling your ankle, it's just something that you do easier with this generation of shoe, where you know, you build so high up. The foam cushioning puts you up so high that any little thing can just make you tip over. And honestly, let's hope for the best. And again, just the fact that she shows up definitely gets her my respect.
We've got eyes on Marjolaine Pierre here, Jan. She's our last athlete out on course. She's going to finish 19th today with Lucy Charles-Barclay DNFing, the only DNF of the day. She's going to be over 22 minutes behind. It does show the level of these races where an athlete of Marjolaine's caliber is finishing 22-ish minutes behind.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's play into that as well. I mean, the T100 series is the only series where you get every finisher gets paid. So she too gets a paycheck, and you know, that's kind of the thing you want to see, where you see people honoring the race, where you see people honoring the fact that the PTO is putting on such a show. And yeah, being 22 minutes down, I mean, as an athlete, I think she is somebody who has a lot of work to do to consistently get into the top 15, to get into the top 10. You know, Ash Gentle is obviously on a planet of her own, and 22 minutes goes quick in that case.
A planet of her own here today, but there's one other person who joins her on that planet, Taylor Knibb. We need to see that battle again, but Ash Gentle today, it was her day. I can't believe that she's won 5 of these races. It's just incredible. And Imogen Simmons, what a day she had. Like, I don't know how many people had her for second place or would have predicted that. And Kat Matthews, yeah, probably involved in my favourite run battle outside of the men's run battle at San Francisco that we saw last time around. That's probably the next best run battle of the year, and it was a pleasure to sit back and watch it. It would have been tough for her and probably not always that fun for her, but to watch it was brilliant.
Absolutely, that kind of athlete who can get the most out of themselves. When somebody just comes up on her shoulder, you can see her really thriving in the conditions. As we get a breakdown of the day, Imogen Simmons, as we said, the only lady to go under 2 hours for the course. Tamra Jewett having the fastest run with a 1:04.29. That's a minute and a half faster than Ashley Gentle, who admittedly was measuring her effort. Let's put it into perspective. And Lucy Charles-Barclay having had the fastest swim, but of course that puts
Sophie Caldwell.
Exactly.
Long
into
day,
the actual, yeah,
long day in commentary.
Day.
I would have loved to have seen what Ashley Gentle could have ran here on the day if she didn't put that cue away. I bet you it would have been pretty much the same as Tamra Jewett, which was a phenomenal run there, 1:04.29. That is a very, very fast run.
Well, 90 seconds over 18K. That gives us 5 seconds a K quicker. That's not an easy task. That's not an easy task. She came out, she said she suffered on the bike. She was actually getting a little bit dizzy towards the end of the lap there. Hard to tell, but yeah, quite.
Here's a moment between Marjolaine Pierre, who finished last, 22.5 minutes behind the leader in Ash Gentle, being congratulated for finishing by Lucy Charles-Barclay, who did DNF today. That's an amazing moment in our sport, and the camaraderie in our sport is a really special thing that not a lot of sports have, and seeing it, you know, front and centre right there.
Battle braids meet lion's mane. Marjolaine, definitely. The blonde long hair out there. That's definitely the battle of hairstyles right there, as we see some of the fans cheering on and being very, very happy. I think about to make some noise for the victory ceremony that we're now waiting for.
It was amazing to have a crowd today. Like, there's not many triathlons in the world that have big crowds, and we were lucky enough to have one here today at T100 London. The London people showed out. It was amazing.
Welcome to the trophy presentation of the London T100 Triathlon 2024. Presenting today will be Chris Kermode, Executive Chairman of the PTO, and Lisa Bentley, PTO Board Member. In third place, from Great Britain, Kat Matthews. In second place, from Switzerland, Imogen Simmons. And in first place and winner of the London T100 Triathlon 2024 from Australia, Ashley Gentle. And now, please join us for our athlete celebration.
My turn. Pistol easy to boom like gasoline. They call me Lamborghini because I know.
Congratulations once again to the podium here at the London T100 Triathlon 2024. Give it up for them one more time.
Well, yeah, T100 London, It's been and done. It's officially over. Give me your favourite moment from the race.
Favourite moment from the race? I mean, just has to be Laura Philipp running up on Kat Matthews. I mean, they're the battles you live for. They're the battles you want to see. Our sport is so much about persevering and going out and making the most, getting the most out of yourself. But when we get to see those battles, you know, it was only maybe a kilometre. It felt like it was half the run course. We were so excited. We had you jumping on the edge of your seat. But yeah, it's one of those moments where I thought, wow, this shows real mental toughness. This shows fortitude. And, you know, she expressed that in an interview, how you could just see her face lit up. She was smiling, bubbling, happy. And, you know, a great memory that I think she will even pencil into her calendar to perhaps, you know, have as a story of a career highlight in the many, many that she will produce in her time.
We're having a look here at Kat Matthews' day, Jan. My favourite moment was the same as you. It was the Kat Matthews re-pass of Laura Phillips. So that whole battle was clearly amazing. And Kat Matthews' day, it was up and down. It had really high points and some moments of sort of uncertainty. This here was a bit of a funny moment where she waved Laura Phillips through, and ultimately that didn't happen, and Lucy Byram did get off the front, and then they found themselves in a run battle for the ages. And I mean, we saw it. We saw that Laura Phillips ran 20-30 seconds into her, and it wasn't until Laura Phillips ran up and around her that Kat Matthews really went into beast mode and fought back. And this is it right here. Laura Phillips comes up past her. Kat Matthews doesn't really give an inch, and you can see Laura Phillips in the background again as Kat Matthews takes the racing line and gets back in front to cross the line in third on home soil in front of a home crowd. I think she was probably the most popular athlete out on course today. She seemed to be the one getting the biggest crowd reception, and why not with races like that, an attitude like that, and a fight for the competitive edge over Laura Phillips. She deserved her third place today. She had to fight for it, and it was pretty incredible to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. As she does a little selfie tour. Probably a few athletes out there themselves getting ready for tomorrow. And we're going to see a lot of bikes racked up in this hall tomorrow as the age group races go on in the morning before. If you're out and about in London, you're going to see a lot of people with time trial bikes, triathlon equipment, using the subway to get over to the Excel Centre. And again, here, Kat Matthews having to muster up the strength and patience while people toggle between selfie mode and photo mode. It's amazing how often people get it wrong.
We've talked about Ashley Gentle, we've talked about Kat Matthews and Laura Phillips' battle. Talk to me about Imogen Simmons' day today, Jan.
Imogen Simmons really, I think, has just executed on what she's trained for. I mean, it feels like she's had a great block of training, at least from what her team was saying. She's prepared well and went to her strengths. She rode extremely smart, I thought, on a technical, quite difficult course in terms of, you know, the ups and downs, the turns, the left, the right, and let's not forget the road conditions that athletes had to deal with as well. And, you know, it really impressed me how well she was handling those conditions, and I think it was that set her up for a good run, because she was able to conserve energy, ride smart, and then get out and have what I think is probably her best running performance ever, and an incentive for our stats man Torsten to update her in the run rankings.
Get on it, Torsten. Jan, we've talked about the positive. Me and you, we routinely talk about the positive in this sport. Talk to me about maybe the athlete today. Vicky's got Imogen Simmons. We'll come back to that conversation shortly, but we're going to hear from Imogen.
Yeah, you've cooled down that race, haven't you? But that, for me, was a career best performance from you. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I think I raced like I've been in the past, maybe a bit more like hesitant, a bit more cautious, and today I literally was just like, screw it, let's go for it and see what we can do. And I just had a lot of fun on the bike, to be honest. I think it was a course that suited me quite well, a bit technical, but also like just put your head down and go. And I was like, okay, I'm pushing good power, let's just like try and keep this. and let's see how the run goes, and let's try and hope that the running legs turn up today, and they were okay, so I held on to second, which I'm quite pleased with.
Well, let's just talk about the bike, because you did tear through the field on the bike, put yourself right at the front after that, and we're just getting Imogen some layers because she's absolutely frozen at the moment. But we saw you go to the front and you looked perfect. You looked in a brilliant position. Jan talked about how you got a new suit and everything. Did it just feel good to you out on the bike today?
Yeah, I like my new red suit. Super jazzy colour. Apparently Jan was also commenting on my hair, which wasn't super aero, so sorry, Jan. Marginal gains. But yeah, I think I was just like not afraid. I've been riding a lot in the mountains and I always get strong after that. Just I feel good up there, it's fun, nice Swiss air, and
You said that you thought the run legs were okay today. I thought the run legs today were brilliant. I thought you put in a fantastic performance across the run. That, for me, was your best ever run. You look brilliant out there today.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been working on my run, but I feel like I'm always working on my run, and like sometimes it translates, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I felt good for 3 laps, and then I felt not so good for 3 laps, but I guess that's maybe I got a bit carried away on the bicycle. So yeah, of course you're going to pay for it a bit later on in the run, but I feel like I held on to second, and honestly, like, the other girls are just unreal, and being hunted down by that pack of runners is always a little bit scary, but I'm glad I held off the majority of them.
You absolutely did that today. Second place. Congratulations, Imogen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we just go over this one more time. The T100 standings as they stand after T100 London. Ash Gentle, she's on top. India Lee in second. Lucy Charles-Barclay third. Imogen Simmons fourth. Lucy Byram fourth. Kat Matthews is the big mover in 6th place. A big, big day today. I was joined by Vicky Holland and Jan Fredino. Jan, thank you for being here as always.
Thanks, Jack. It's been good fun. See you next time.
See you, mate.